not our business to involve ourselves in other people's so he has put himself in this position.
Have you seen that? Hiyo gazeti ya leo imetuonyesha huyo pilot mwenye alikufa. Was it on day 3? Alibomiwa kule Sudan. That pilot from CIA.
Yes, John.
Yes, kuna hiyo gazeti unastahili soma hiyo gazeti. Inasemekana it was date 3 this month. Alipigwa na bomu, alibomiwa na wanajeshi wa Sudan. Akitoka maeneo yanahusika sana na RSF.
Tawak.
Yes.
For me, what I can say, guys, hata mimi siku hizi hata sifuatilii mambo na gazeti sana. The only problem we have right now concerning media houses ni ile wanapenda drama bana. Like kitu na kataa kabisa kwa watu bana. They can't tell us the positive side of our nation. You find something like, for example, kama ile issue ya juice. I want to talk about ile ya last week ya ilikuwa ya Chelugate sijui farm ama hii ya Standard Media waliweka kaseti sijui what exceeding liars. Because 3 days ago ama 4 days ago ya Chelugate farm. That guy was not even administrator kwa hiyo case. You know, why the media houses wanatafuta tu the negative? Wanatafuta tu kitu kama ni drama yenye inaleta attention. Why are we not reporting even the positive side? Because what we want to talk about is like, we tunapenda bana nchi yetu bana. We love our nation, man. Tunapenda kabisa. And it's like, our nation is like, ni kama bibi ama ni kama demu wako bana. Kama unapenda bana, unafaa kuongelelea in a positive way more than negative way. But ukiamka tu asubuhi, negativity. That is like in a drain watu like I don't know.
What nikuulize Elliot, what is news?
News inafaa kuwa. Kwani news nani alisema inafaa kuwa negative? Ikue tu kama negative statements ama tales ama stories. News should be something positive na negative.
Eliud Dongoja.
An interjection.
Eliud.
Yes.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Eliud, your argument in a hot water, but right now, I think the emotion. Maisikia watu kuna wakati hata kazini watu wanaambiako chenye wanataka kusikia, and it's very common. Sahi, it depends. If you are anti-government, unaweza furahishwa na venye gazeti inaandika. Kama wewe uko neutral, unaweza sema hauamini ama unaweza amini. I think it should not be a subject of discussion kusema, because we know, for example, kama hiyo mambo ya hiyo shaba, walijitokeza wakasema they are in talks with the government. Nayo media ilikuwa imeandika the negative side of it. Actually, the opposite of what is happening. So I think about what the media reports should not be a subject of discussion, because we know we have a biased media, and in a report, even what is positive in a report in a negative way. Na I think inaweza chukuliwa kulingana wewe ni wasaidi gani. Kuna mtu anaweza ona media ikiripoti hivyo kwa sababu is anti government, ana believe hiyo. Kuna mwingine akiwa ni wa government akiona that whatever negative hata kama iko true anasema ni propaganda. So I think it should not be a subject ya kusema tunaweza discuss, but the same venye tu tulikuwa tumesema hapa. Na Gachagua venye anaongea ni mtu mwenye unaweza najaribu kuangalia what hizi talks zote, interviews zote, what are they intended to achieve? Kwa sababu this person was at some point, let me finish in about 30 seconds. This person was trying to defend his stay in that government. Nini imekuwa that ni baya in an extent. Just that even the court ruling ilisema watu kaanza kusema anaweza rudi kwa the same government yenye anasema ni baya. This kind of contradiction you know, it's all about their self-interest.
Okay, thank you my brother. At least tunaangalia, at least niko peke yangu tunaangalia media is.
Elliot, I also wanted to interject. a bit of
Also,
what you just said.
I have
Yeah.
an interjection.
Yeah.
I have a lot of interjection.
Yeah,
I
you
don't know,
see,
Benson, you
Elliot,
can go first.
yeah, okay, let me go first. I won't take time. You see, Elliot, as far as sometimes medias are being biased, we know that sometimes they are biased, and some they are even controlled because of depending which side politically they are.
Yeah.
But you need to understand that the manner in which our political has been angered since we got independence, it has been working against the people of Kenya, which again, remember even the media fraternity, they are human, and whatever that any leadership does, it's affecting them. And there is nowhere you'll find them reporting something positive because from the wrong people who have really oppressed people for many years. You've seen even because of bad leadership, my brother, it has made the media fraternity, they are suffered. You get, as much as they are being protected by the law, you've seen every regime, not only for Ruto alone, every regime, they have been really going against the law. And that's why it has made people to lose any trust in them. Even if something good will be done, 80% negative is what is going to be shown because of that. So you need to understand why, and then you give yourself an answer. Just the way Mashari have said, it should not even be an issue of discussion because sometimes actually the bad leadership is the one that has led to this. Thank you.
Lakini, as my brother, I'm seeing in a different perspective whereby if we want change, a real change is something which starts from you and me. So if we stand up by like tuongelele ukweli venye. For example, I cannot talk about Gachagua. Gachagua is someone even we cannot talk like Gachagua hata sijui kama ni mwendo wazimu sahi because you find bana sometimes back Gachagua bana alikuwa na different statements. Alikuwa na mtuzi Uhuru. Nani ajui alikuwa na mtuzi Uhuru? During inauguration bana hata alisema vitu yenye hufai kusema as a leader. As a leader you should have dignity. As a leader you should have some other values hata yenye ukireflect ina picha yako inafaa kureflect bana. Alafu the same time
it's funny how government bloggers you want to turn this show. We are not here to discuss about Gachagua, by the way. It may not be our subject tonight. We are discussing about William. Guys,
yes, can I say something, please?
Yes.
Interjection yangu haiko nini, I was not given time.
Interject
until I can get the mic. So I've heard you. I have the interjection, then I think I'll have a time to give my submission. Number one, Gachagua is a politician. Gachagua must do politics like any other politician. So tumekuwa na bad habit how politician legislate their bad habit the public. So Gachagua is not the first one to do that. So we have President Uhuru has been doing that, Raila, Ruto, and the rest. So hatuwezi kuja hapa tunasema Gachagua is the bad one. I think that one is laziness or idle thinking. So having said that, I want to go back also to the media. I want to fact check what Eliud and Machari has been talking about media. Media is the fourth estate. There's a reason why media is called the fourth estate. Media kazi yao ni ku shape opinion according to what suits their business. They're not here to please you. They're not here to please government. And if you go by the records of the Media Owners Association, you'll find that the same politicians, including Ruto, are the one who owns those media houses. They are not as wananchi. So if through the ownership they take certain narrative that maybe are so much against government, so their business model is their skunk as long as at least whatever they're saying are within the law. The other one is a speculation where Ruto amefanya nini. We've seen standard media going so hard against government. Of course, they have a reason to go against government. Government imefanya through Communication Authority of Kenya. We've all seen those news. Standard media is not
Can I jump in a bit? Okay, so there's a question Macharia asked about how Nini supporters wa Kasongo wako pande gani. So I am a farmer. So during wakati ya nani Uhuru, each time this guy was the PS of agriculture. Time ya Uhuru, the last part. Walitoa nini subsidy ya fertilizer. We started buying fertilizer at 7,000. So when fertilizer was brought down, I used to plant 40 acres, though I dropped down to 20 acres due to the cost still going under due, and then the price, we'd still sell one bag at 7,000. So, I'm affected directly through the fertilizer subsidy. And though right now, there's too oversupply of maize until Saiya bag goes really low. It's not we don't sell it at 7,000 again, we sell it at 3,200 to 4,000. So that's the first part why I would support this guy. Secondly, it's the housing. Nimechukua nyumba moja Shauri Moyo. So it's something siwezi ngoja nasema ati, because there was a time we would say Kibaki must go. But right now, what are we saying? We're saying, Kibaki was the best. One more thing.
Yes. Keep talking, members.
I do have some farmer friends of mine wantoka sides of Western. Mumias has been dead for a long time. Kila government imekuwa ikisema we're putting in money. Right now, Mumias is running. I don't care about how it was done. As long as it's running, people are getting paid.
Hapo sasa unadanganya. Unaona vita ya sukari imeanza leo. Come on.
Yes, sukari ni upande gani? Vita okay, I will explain it to you. Vita nini ya saizi ni another government entity called Kinanzoya. But it's something the local leaders, they want their cuts.
Zoya, nimeona ile ingine ya Kisumu tunaita.
Yes, have you ushaifika huko?
Yes, I've been there.
Do you know anyone who does anafamiwa? Because these things we should as much as I have my reservations against the government. Government
okay. Taifa will still come back to you.
Okay. One last point. The other thing is the Shah. As much as people, I've met people who are saying that it's not working, some of them say it's working. If that thing works, uta convince surgeon to amelipiwa hospitali, don't vote for that guy.
Okay, can I talk?
Okay, sure.
How are you guys?
Fine.
Not good.
Of course, it can't be good because you are living in a country that cannot allow anyone to be good. Okay, thank you. I've been hearing all this ever since we started. But let me be open. I want to talk about what the farm has talked when it comes to public government entities, specifically those sugar companies. The farm might be right because when you look at, for instance, this company called Nzoya, you will find that they have leased Nzoya at 30 years. for a total cash of 50 million. Nzoia has got 24,000 hectares nuclear. And when you do that thing, just when you calculate in a period of 30 years, you'll come to realize that every hectare has been given out at 1,600. Is that possible? Or there are people who are taking their portions? Or are we being cheated? Eh? The information that is being given to Mwananchi is definitely wrong. Who is this that is hiding all this? Remember, all public entities, Ruto as the president himself, he gets information as to how they are doing, what is supposed to be done to them, because they are for the people who elected him. But look at this. You come to stand on a press telling Kenyans that you have leased a company that has been crippled, a company that owns 24,000 hectares. You lease it at 50 million, really? So there are things we citizens have to see and just know on our own. Sababu hauwezi simama kuniambia kwamba rais, na kama rais anajua.
Now, before you proceed,
yes.
I want to ask you a question.
Just ask.
Kwa sababu, and I think I've come to agree that so much as we think our leaders are a problem, we need to stop leaving ourselves out. Hata si tuache kujiacha nje. We are also a problem. Because number one, nikisema we are a problem, like right now, the subject of discussion right now is an industry or a company imekuwa crippled, making nothing. So,
and also the government
inafaa ibaki hivyo. Inafaa ibaki making nothing is peanwe. Now, I have done business management. I do business management plan. Nachukua biashara ya mtu kama inamshida. Kuanzia tunaanzia chini. The more profit you make, you agree at a percentage. If you are making 100,000, you get 10%. You know, 10% of a million, 10% of 10 million is different. Kuna vitu kama hizo. So you only focus on that one thing imepeanwa na hii without necessarily reading ama kujua what other terms are there. So the question is, inafaa ibaki bila kutengeneza kitu so that isikue kwa sababu imepeanwa na a certain amount. Another question on that, nataka kusema is that ni kuinterject kwa hili tamu venye unasema hapa. Kuna wali mmoja mimi hufanya Uber side igwa side hasa. Nilikutana na wali mmoja akasema hii Kenya ni kugumu sana. Akaniambia ni kugumu kama ile kitu unafanya haikupei pesa, wachana nayo utafute kitu kingine. Kwa sababu you are going to blame the government, you are going to blame at the same time there are people who are thriving, there are people businesses who are doing well, kuna watu wananunua magari mpya. It's because of whatever it is that they are doing. Wache take the blame ya mambo iko mbaya kwa sababu ya hii.
I disagree.
My friend, Macharia.
I disagree with this kind of thinking.
Macharia.
Can I talk?
Macharia.
This one is nonsensical. And
Macharia.
Can I talk?
Okay, Macharia.
I disagree with that.
Allow me to talk, please. Niruhusu niongee. Macharia.
Okay, finish then I'll talk later.
Macharia. Don't be selfish. Remember, there are those farmers that this company owes them the money. Like right now, Nzoia owes farmers 1 billion shillings. Remember, this person who's been given this company has not talked about how he is going to pay out these farmers.
Can I jump in a bit? He's going to pay. The government is clear. It's a fact. The government will clear. Same with Mumias. The government cleared the farmers. So, and I'll just clarify, when it comes to leasing, I've leased land. When you lease 100 acres, kama mahali kama Narok, if you lease 100 acres, you lease at about 4,000 an acre. If you go to 500 acres, the price goes down. So that's why when you start talking about thousands of acres, that's why it looks the money goes down. It's the same as in economics of scale. If you're doing farming, you'll totally understand that.
Now, if kama ilikuwa ni lazima wafanye hivyo,
yes,
let us do the simple. Unajua hiyo hectares kama tuseme ingegawanywa into like 10 hectares apart, mtu anakuja inakuwa free, kama imeshindikana mtu anakuja kukodesha, alafu alipe kampuni na alipe serikali. Sasa si wangefanya hivyo juu sasa mimi najua an hectare ukienda ya miwa hiyo kuenda kukodesha utaikodesha na 20,000 in 2 years.
The problem we have, it's a government parastatal. You cannot always
agree with me that there are people who are ready to eat just because using the name we have leased. Let's agree.
Okay, I'll jump in just a bit to do. Let's take an example of Kenya. Okay. We'll take an example of Kenya.
Wacha Tony chip in then. Tony chip in. Imagine watu wa government wanawapiga kwenu.
I'm just let me just I'll just explain. Let's take an example. Najua you are
I'm giving you the microphone.
Yeah. Let me
relax, man. I'm giving you the microphone.
Yeah.
After him, I think I have something to say.
Yeah, so let me speak. Let me speak, then I will rotate the microphone. You must correct the arrogance of people who blog for government or people who sympathize with this government. We must correct the arrogance. We must confront your arrogance and your short-sightedness. It's like the other time, kuna mjamaa mwingine blog wa government alikuja hapa akasema ati the reason why youth wako wana complain sana kwa street is because they are lazy. They are not working hard enough. That kind of arrogance and short-sightedness we cannot entertain here, especially as young people. Ule mtu ameenda proper primary, akamaliza secondary, akaenda college, akatafuta opportunity mwenye anatembea anatuma CV every day. You cannot call that person lazy or not getting enough ama the good area of employment. Ati ndio kwa maana is not earning much. If the economy is bad, it cannot be solved through shortcuts, either leaving this job and joining the other job. Are those jobs available? You know, there's a good way, there's a better way. As a person who sympathizes with this government or a government blogger, you can bring some positive government. I want to give you an example. Number one, unaweza sema that this government at least care about sports activity. Wameanza kujenga stadium, wana build capacity. Everyone have seen something like that in a jengo. We'll reason with you. We'll say at least that one is visible. We can see. But now you cannot come here and lambish us with things that do not make sense. Things are not clear. That don't make. You are justifying crap. Ukisema this government.
Can you give an example of what you are heckling about? Like, could you just give an example?
Taifa, hold your feelings to yourself.
I don't have any feelings. I don't really care.
So
I can give an example.
Feelings to yourself.
Okay.
Let me
I can give an example.
Yes.
Then you'll chime in. Hiyo ni Macharia ametoka kusema sahi ati I think people, the economic system is not working for some people because they are choosing maybe a wrong career. That's why maybe their money is not reflecting. That one is wrong, and it must be corrected spot on without any fear or favor. Ama if you watch any second, you get any. If there are many indicators to show that the economy is not working, it's not lazima uende ufanye Uber ama uende which sector of nini ndio thrive. How many people have those ideas? How many are competitive in those areas? Can that specific area that is thriving accommodate maybe 50 million plus people so that watu watoke kwa hii shida wanang'ang'ana day by day? Some people, you know, some of the talks that we hear, watu wanaonga, you feel like some sort of charlatan attitude. People are grinding here. There are people who are sleeping, maybe angry here. These are Kenyans. You are not better than them. So there are many reasons why tunapinga government, and I expect people who wanna praise the government or wanna sympathize. I expect you to do better. I expect you to come here with facts. So let's be very clear on how we debate or how we engage. We're not here to please anybody. If you are supporting Kasongo, come here and with facts and figures. We debate, we engage. Because some of us, we are in this country to follow everything is happening. Me pia siwezi kuja hapa niweze kupinga everything Ruto anafanya. There are one or two things at least nimeona, at least I make progress. I cannot be blind to that. But now there are some things you cannot touch. That's my point.
So I'll just do a small closing argument. I'm about to leave. So something I would like to take on Macharia, what he said. I think as much as we are blaming the governments, which we rightfully have to because we are paying taxes, as a person, at a personal level, you need to see what am I doing to improve my situation. Come on. It's some good ideas. I've seen Macharia. He does another job. He has Uber on the side, which is something that nimekuwa lucky nika travel around the world a bit. And I've met Kenyans. Unapata in Kenya, they're an us. At the end of the day, unapata anafanya Uber, sijui anafanya delivery, food delivery or whatever. So at a personal level, because as long as we don't improve ourselves economically, I decide. Because as much as we'd like to say votes decide, also money decides how the direction of our politics. And also at times it come something I've seen with the Kenyans are like most of us tunaonanga ni kama tuko na monopoly of ideas. Kama sasa hiyo sugar factory Mumias, how many years has it been down? And government money inakuwa allocated every now and then, but it goes ailipi wakulima. And then this government came in. It brought in an external guy who police the nini. People started getting paid. The same case goes to Nzoia. Nzoia imekuwa budgeted. Money is put into Nzoia and all those other sugar factories. Money is put in. It didn't work. Same with let's take with this pan paper. Pan paper, same mistake was done. Money was being put in. Baka, it's dead. And other parastatals, there's so many parastatals that were there during Moi's time that died because of the people are saying, we don't need this. Someone comes in with a solution, but people are saying, no, we're not consulted. Because everyone sees that they have a monopoly of ideas on how to solve things. If we do that, nothing is going to move. Mtu anatoa solution, mwingine analeta pushback. I said, no, I can do it better. There's nothing. Nothing will be done.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. It's been.
Okay. Can I be
talking to you guys? Yeah.
Okay. Can I be next?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for me, I have like 3 things to talk about. Let's start with what people have been discussing all through since I came in. It's about this farming sugar company and the issues being run by the government and being leased to another person, of which, according to me, it's not right. First, why am I saying it's not right? You are saying the government has been allocating money to run this, to start afresh these companies. Where does the money go? That's my question. The money that has been allocated, where does it go? So the Ruto government must first deal with corruption within itself. Like they allocate money, then the people who have power take the money, dismantles the money before it reaches the mwananchi. The money is no more. Sasa alafu tunaanza blame the same, like we wanashikia the cloth, the same government, of which it's not right. Secondly, the second thing I want to talk about is these people, when you want to tetea the government, come with evidence. Show us this and this has been done. We agree to that. And we, as people who are against the government, show us our side. Like, we know this and this have not been done. Tulikuwa promised during the campaign season. Tutafanya here and here and here. We tukatoka mapema kwenda vote for the government because we knew from the promises we are doing this and this and this. The boda guys, kwanza mimi naumia sana na this government. This government is just completely against us. The last thing I want to talk about is, why does the government force people into some things? Mbona anataka kuwa dictator? Why is the dictatorship coming back again? Like, why force people into something they don't want to? Let's start with SHA. SHA mmesema it's working. For me, since I paid SHA for, this is the 4th month, I think the 5th month, SHA is never working on my side. Na nikienda job nakatwa hizo pesa. And if you go check the progress on your SHA account, unapata the money after 2 months, it becomes 0 again. You start afresh. My question is, where does my money go? See, to me, the money, and it's being wasted somewhere. Secondly, we are being chopped off the housing levy. Did the government move to people's kwa watu? Did they ask people their opinion about the housing levy? Mbona tukatwe the housing? Why force us? We, when you tuna struggle with we are earning as little as 20,000. Unatukata the housing. Why? And the last thing about Masharia, if you have the comfortability, you have the money, you can run 2 businesses at one time. It's not everybody. Sisi wengine, we are so down. We are so down here that the alternative business we can do is we can lea kuku. And then again, the kuku unapeleka soko, the tax is so high that you can't afford anything after selling that kuku, of which kuku wenye umelisha from the beginning. According to me, I see like this government is working against its people, of which it's not good. They need to rectify, or if they don't want to rectify, they need to move out. We elect other leaders. Mostly we start with Ruto. Ruto must just leave. That's my opinion.
Ezi want to respond kwa sababu
kidogo alafu nitoke tafadhali. Siwezi.
Like asilimia mimi sijainject hata sijaongea.
Kidogo tu nitoka. Nataka nitoke kidogo naenda mahali. Ezi kuna swali mimi nauliza tu kila mtu mwenye wako hapa. Najua tuko wote machua. Na nataka niulize sana hii point imetokana na Ezi. Yeah, Ezi. How old are you? Maybe ulikuanga 2017, ulikuwa ushaanza kuhustle ama ulikuanga campus or
Pardon?
okay, 2017, 2013. Na hapo nyuma like how old are you? Umekuwa na experience ya government ukihustle for how long?
Around 7 years. Nikitry kutafuta hustle.
Yeah, so I want you to compare compare yourself now na hiyo hapo nyuma hapo time ulikuwa umeanza. Is there any difference?
Yeah, there is a
ni positive ama ni negative? Ni positive ama ni negative? What I'm trying
to tukianza kureason hivyo itabidi turudi
kwani hapa ni
completely negative.
Kidogo tu, let me just
I have an answer.
Can't ask
Kuna jibu yako.
I'm trying to bring out what Masharo was trying to say. Kenye najaribu okay, hata nifikie kwa point yenye najaribu kusema ni
Benson kidogo aseme her side. Okay, it's completely negative to my side.
Yeah, it's negative, si ndio?
Completely.
So, can you agree that these things start from personal level? Hiyo positivity inaanzanga na wewe as yourself first.
No.
It doesn't.
Why am I saying no?
Miss,
I'm struggling to understand what
Gudijuni hapa chini alikuwa amesema and I agree.
This is crap, man.
Sawa, acha mimi.
Tony.
Kama unataka kuunderstand but me I'm trying.
Tony, responsibility ya development yako ni ya serikali ama is a personal responsibility?
From a personal level.
I want to answer you.
From a personal level.
Let me answer that question.
Yes.
Let me answer that
from a
question.
personal level.
Let me answer that question. The government, our constitution of Kenya is very clear. We voted for it knowing what we want from this government. If you want to grow in this country economically, the government must provide the environment. That is not a favor.
Najaribu kusema.
Government
So, Tony, the question is,
Naweza maliza nini yangu kwanza ndio
no,
nini.
your question I make sense because in a build up into another question.
It doesn't make sense.
Now I'm feeling it on this.
It doesn't make sense because mimi nasema chenye utaki kusikia. Let me just nimalize point.
Yes,
Of course it doesn't make
Remember, you are
sense.
talking also about wameenda shule. Your question is not good. You cannot come here. Hawezi kuja hapa unatuambia at least nini improve kutoka wapi? What has improved by what margin?
I have not.
Economy may grow. Economy may grow. By what margin? And you speak in full. You do not want short time. What kind of question is that? What kind of question is that? How old I was, I'll tell you that's irrelevant. Honestly speaking.
Sorry,
Yes.
sorry. Naweza maliza point
I was not
yangu.
even. I was
Naweza
on the
maliza
line.
point yangu.
But you are
For you to
making it
understand
up.
what I was
But
trying
I've
to say.
struggled to find a job.
You people, you
You're
have a
not-
problem. You have a problem. Why can't you listen to one another, please? You cannot talk to
Jamaliza
people
hata
and solve
point
people at
msha
once.
conclude vitu zenyu.
No, let us not ask.
Honestly, jamaliza hata what I'm trying to say msha conclude.
And we'll answer it. It's not necessary for Hezi. I can answer, Tony can answer, or any other person can answer. Order in the house.
Can I continue now? Okay, my point was, if everyone cries, this one is not doing this one is not doing this, I know everything is not well, and it has not been well ever since we need change. But before we say this one is not working, let us try at a personal level and try to see it ourselves. Unaona? Ndio maana nilikuwa nauliza Yesi, were you there? Were you, unaona, at least tujaribu ku understand, is it something that hakuna difference between the 2013, 2017 na 2022. There's no difference. Kuna difference yote kweli hawa those people? There's no difference. That's why I was asking. Sasa hata point zangu zimepotea na ma conclusions zenyu na mauchungu zenyu mnataka tu acha tu nishuke anyway.
So, okay, shuka tu.
There is a big difference. There is a very big difference.
Straight to your point.
Miss, before you go,
Let me get.
The lady is right. Mpatieni time ongee. Mpatieni time. I hate to disagree with Tony. To be honest, I hate to disagree with Tony, but
Tony,
give the lady a
I
chance.
support Tony. Honestly speaking, we given message time, my brother, but she's asking questions that is purely when Hezi is giving his points here.
I
he has
was
been
trying to,
no.
mimi nilikuwa
So
najaribu
asking whether he was
kuulizaje.
there. So you want to tell me that he was not in Kenya? Where was he?
Not Kenya, I was
There's
talking
no- stop
about
being emotional.
economic wise.
You're speaking with a lot of rage and anger towards Miss.
Haya, sawa. Kitu nani anajaribu
I say you're,
okay,
you're
kitu,
not
okay,
going
kitu.
to being petty.
Paul,
Oh, yeah.
Paul,
That's
this is
so.
where we
That's so.
disagree. Paul,
Yes.
sikia tu
Yeah.
point moja. There's a place I want to get very clear. Miss X, hiyo excess, don't jingine yote. Ameuliza vizuri, where were you in 2017 and where were you here? How old were you? I want you to understand the trajectory of that question. Unanipata? Then ameuliza, how was the now? What is the build up to this question and how is it connected to this discussion we are having right now? Then nikamuuliza, so if you want to challenge now the economy level in pale, because the economy is very wide, can you conclude that how was the GDP performing there? How was the money circulating in the economy performing them and this now? And what can we do about it? Sasa amesema ati maybe the issue to do with personal development.
Wacha nikujibu Tony nikuulize swali Tony, wacha nikuulize swali. Kama ulikuwa job 2017, ulikuwa unalipwa 25,000. 8 years later bado una earn 26,000 ama 25,000. Who is to blame? Ni wewe ama ni serikali? Na kuna wengine walikuwa wanalipa 25,000 sasa hivi wanalipa 100,000. Who is to blame? Is it you or the government?
So I
So
want to
kama
answer
sasa
you.
hiyo
I want
ulikuwa
to
na
answer you.
25,000 who is to blame? Is it you or the government?
So I
So
want to
kama
answer
sasa
you.
hiyo
I want
ulikuwa
to
na
answer you.
25,000 haukuwa
Government of the day itakuwa blamed whether economy imeperform vizuri leo na kesho imeendeka kwa vibaya. The government must take blame and improve. That is why it was elected. It's paid, and they are being paid handsomely for that. So kuna individual on a battle ile personal growth. I understand what you are saying, and I think maybe it might not be right mtu kama huyo to blame government, but sasa we are not, sisi tukiongelea collectively as Kenyans wale wana experience the same thing ama hardship economy, we cannot simplify it ati mtu 2017 hadi sahi aja grow ame maintain the same level na inamaanisha ni lazy or something. That one is not
the responsibilities zimeongezeka. Yes.
Okay,
Unanipata?
sasa
So
at
because
least now
if you argue like that,
at least
unasikia?
now kuna
Because
watu
if you-
at least umeunderstand point yenye nilikuwa najaribu kuleta.
Sasa-
What I'm saying,
sasa bi-
okay, issue yenye tulikuwa
Exactly.
tunaongelea
Hiyo ndio
hapa
point
ilikuwa
yenye this lady anajaribu kuleta. All that was hivyo ndio ulikuwa unajaribu kusema all that was.
Sasa now
Yani members
at the same
bado don't forget that tunazungumzia venye William Ruto na serikali yake waliua Gen Z. Hiyo bado ni point yetu, na sijui mbona mnapotelea mnapeleka kwa
Benso,
order. Nataka tuende one at a time kidogo.
Benso, ndio maana nilikuwa nauliza
Guys, one at a time.
ndio maana nilikuwa nauliza
Order kila mtu.
Benso.
Order.
Good work.
Kumbe hizo dakika nikipotea hivi mnaweza wakisha. Simuache hata Dhamu waseme kitu guys. Keep tapping. Ndo
Yes.
sasa mambo yanataka kuanza. I'm here na lazima kila mtu apate nafasi kama mwingine. Nyinyi watu wa serikali leo naona mko hapa mmeongozwa na Masharia na Miss Exau. Wewe kwanza uondoe X. Hii X hatuelewani. Keep tapping.
Okay, asante Dawak.
Mimi si I'm bringing facts. Hizi ni facts si mambo ya serikali.
Dawak.
Yes.
Nawashukuru sana, but I want us to be mature, please. Where are we talking 4, 5? Everybody is talking. You cannot even allow someone to talk for even a minute and counter.
mi hata point yangu si kumalizana nayo.
Sasa ikifika ni hiyo mastori
Wakati wa Dhamu kwanza guys, wacheni Dhamu amalize.
ikifika ni story ya gavana Gen Z, ndugu yangu, hawa watu wote ni wachafu. They are all, yani ni watu same, ni watu yani watu wote waovu. It's only that hao wenye hawako kwa hiyo umbrella ya William Samoei Ruto ama kwa hii government ya Samoei Ruto ndio wanajionyesha kuwa wasafi. But the fact is, every leader always opt to kill any obstacle in front of them for them to move. But are we as the citizens of this Kenya realizing where our problem is? Now, you can hear the group of Wamnyoro talking well about Wamnyoro, but are we asking ourselves questions as to why this Wamnyoro is clean or smart, according to we, the people of Wamnyoro? People from Western, maybe some of them might stand kusema kwamba wao wako sawa sababu si wao walitoa orders. But are we talking kwa msingi upi? You know, inchi ikiharibika, you blame the government, the people in the government and the common citizens. But look at what Gen Zs were trying to do. They were trying to show these people in the government that they have that mind to control and have a better tomorrow of the country. Wao wenye waliwawa na wao wenye walikuwa wanaua. Has anyone from the government, let's talk about Ruto, Musalia Mudavadi, Wetangula, hao wote kina Raila, how is there any of them mwenye ametoka kusimama tu aseme I'm sympathized kwa hii mambo na hii? So we citizens have a problem. Na kama wewe uko hapo sababu wewe ni wa upande wa government, unaona kwamba wale wenye waliuawa sasa the government was right, then you should be stupid and foolish in you, because the government of the day will always act. Na kama ita act against wewe sasa tu assume wewe ni mtu wa Ruto vilako kwa uongozi, anaua unafurahia, unasema huyu ako sawa, anaiba unasema huyu ako sawa. Je, akiiba, has he ever given you even 1,000 out of the billions he is stealing from Kenya? Look, KRA last year stood to tell us that its system failed for 6 days. Has any one of them stood to tell us as to why the KRA system failed? Where is this amount of money going to? They haven't. But we citizens, we are here struggling to fight each other because I belong to Aminyor and you belong to Ruto. This is nonsense. Let us tell each other of what we are supposed to do as citizens. Supposing you have been employed by the government, look at this thing called SHA. People are the money is being cut and is doing nothing to them. When you go to a hospital, you line up. Nothing is happening. You work and your salary is deducted to go to housing and live, or housing. And when you go to ask for that house, you are told to pay a deposit of 600,000 and you will be paying 15,000. If your salary is 30,000,
Yeah.
if your salary is 30,000, why don't we just come clear and educate each one of us? Don't fight. This nonsense, because at the end of the day, 2027.
I think it is out of order to want everyone to reason and believe or feel like you. Everyone has their right to feel the way they want. Kwa sababu when you say kusema ati mtu alikuja kusupport sijui what is stupid, I think you should withdraw that. Number two, I don't know why you're arguing. You're arguing from point of ignorance, not from point of information. You need to have information about, ukikuja kusema kitu hapa unakuja na facts, not just from speculation ama kitu ya kusema.
Naongea facts.
Juu sasa ukisema ati kuna mtu anaisha deposit ya 600,000, I don't know where that's coming from. Yeah? That's what I'm saying, point of ignorance.
Masharia, tell me how much hiyo pesa inatoka pesa ngapi kwa access ya nyumba?
Ona host number order Masharia and any other person. Number I also number not even talk. Let's have order. Let's have order kidogo. Also number 2 order hivi. Sitaki nani Tama alikuwa anaongea, then Macharia interrupt. Then Macharia interrupt in a way anasema tinene anaongea from point of ignorance and facts. Na yeye mwenyewe ana monopoly hiyo facts pia. So then I'm interrupt without even asking for a session or intercession. So I don't like the way that one is going.
Mimi namalizia kwa kusema hivi, wakati tunakuja hapa tufikirie, if the government is not working for common mwananchi, let us tell each one of us the fact. If the government is not delivering to health sector, let us say. If it is not delivering to education sector, let us say. If children of the people are being abducted and killed, let us talk of it. Thank you.
Can I pick up? Because sijaongea tangu ni join. I'll just give it order. Can I be given a few minutes? I inject. Or Tony.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, good people. Guys, as we are debating, let us be objective, because this country belongs to all of us. Because I've listened to some speakers here. I don't know kama ni Tony alikuwa amecorrect hiyo kitu before ama alikuwa ni host, that some people, they are insinuating that people have not met in life, they are lazy. Honestly speaking, that's the same thing. I've heard it coming from Macharia, he might have not said it, but the way he has put his point, it is pointing to us that with regard to what Miss whatever whatever they are.
Miss kusema hivyo.
No. I'm saying with regard, listen, that English. With regard what you said, and then Macharia also intervened. It pulls and it pointed towards that those people have not made, they are so lazy, which is very wrong. Remember, in government, those people are employed by the government. Huwa mshahara yako huwa inakuwa increased as how many years you served there. That is there. Again, promotion is there again. So don't tell us. And again, you guys, there are many parameters you can look at that. Macharia. There are people they cannot be promoted depending in any who is at the top. Maybe kwa hiyo parastatal, wewe maybe kama ni uko na uhusiano na maybe na the CEO, you'll be promoted even within a very short period of time. So there are many parameters, guys. Will it mean now Tony, who is very hard working in that organization, and because he's not connected, is being described from where he comes from, atapewa hiyo promotion na pia apata kamshahara better. So let us be objective. Siwe tu maybe tuna pick one area that tunasema tuna give it out. Objectivity matters a lot. Thank you. That one aside. Now let me go to the topic that our host has given us. Ruto versus Gen Z plus opposition. Guys, you see, it is so laughable because the pressure is too high for the president to bear. Me hata sijui itakuwaje, lakini I can tell you the truth. The things on the ground, it's not good. Me, I'm now speaking siko kwa ile group ya opposition. I don't know opposition ni wakina nani. Because what we understand, opposition yote ilienda, the so-called opposition, yeah, ilienda yote kwa government, the so-called. But you see, remember the constitution is clear. Some of us, while we are debating, we should be basing our argument on the constitution. Hakunanga kitu opposition kwa government, by the way. Every member has an obligation to serve his people. They are there to oversight the president, the executive, because the president is the one that holds the machinery and the resources. And he is the CEO of the country. So whenever maybe I don't make it in my life, it just the way Tony was saying, if the government is there to serve is people, not all of us, we cannot fit in the government. But if the government can create conducive environment whereby Benzo can come up with this company, now employ 3 or 4 graduates from the university, from the universities or from the colleges, atakuwa amesaidia government in employment. So here, I can the Gen Z here, actually it is the area that is really, where is that noise coming from? Macharia, are you the one? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. You see, Gen Z alone, they can remove Ruto. And I want to correct Mr. Macharia when he said, ati Gen Z plus hao wengine, tunasema ati Ruto must go. We have an agenda. When we say that, we know what we want for this country. And that's why when you told the president, can you sack all these cabinet ministers? They are not helping you. And we gave him a second chance. But the guy squandered it when he showed, later on he showed us middle finger, akakuja tena reinstated the same people. You get, that's the time we were so clear. President, if you can change, and even ask Kenyans, give me what President Ruto could have done. Angetuuliza mnataka nifanye na nani kazi. Then Wakenya wenyewe wa vet. We say ni Tony, we know your track record, enda uvetiwe. We will vet you, then we present you to the president. Then you be, uende ufanyie Wakenya kazi. He did not do that because the power belongs to the people. At the time, the president realized that the power belongs to the people. So, Gen Z was so clear. When we said we are leaderless, partyless, tribalist, it was our strategy because we didn't want to be associated with any political side. Wangesema ni Raila, hawa ni watu wa Raila ama ni watu wa ile mrengo. So we are so strategic and we are learned, tuko na brains, guys. So even up to now, when we are saying Ruto must go, the true Gen Zs and the true millennials who are and the Kenyans who are agitating for good governance, see, we know the person, the kind of person we want to put there. It's not wale wakina Omnyoro, not wakina Matiang'i. You think that maybe as we are, those are the now they belong in that caucus of opposition. The way the host ameweka pale, you get. So hapa hivi it is Ruto versus Gen Z who are genuine for the country, plus again opposition, because then they'll be playing politics, just the way wamekuwa play. When Ruto was outside the government of Uhuru, he was speaking well for the country. He was speaking well for the people. Same now the thing, whatever the ball has just changed. The opposition again, the so-called opposition, they are playing the same game. They are looking darling. They are like now they are the savior. And that thing Gen Z will notice. Wakasema hii ni upuzi, and we want to stop it once for all. So fellow Kenyans, as we are debating, and I urge you, let us be objective. Don't just pull on your side, ama because leo wewe unakulia serikali, me have nothing against Ruto. By the way, I voted for him. And even the people who are now defending him, some of them, I'm not saying wakina Macharia, they never voted for them, for Ruto. We know them, who did not even vote for him. They are like, they want even to kill him that time. But right now, they are the ones saying Ruto ni mweupe kama pamba. We have nothing against Ruto. But as I finish, fellow Kenyans, I've had that interview that ameuliza kule Finland, sio ni Finland. Oh, maza amejiangusha. Hata angejitetea angeongeza ile ukora anaingizanga. Anasemanga, alijifunga bana. Maze anakubali yeye ndiye alikuwa na abduct na kuua, but sasa amewarudisha, amewaachilia, which is against the constitution. So guys, I finish. There are people wezi watetea, and let me name them. You cannot tetea our president Ruto, William Samuel, Arap Samuel. You cannot tetea Matiang'i. You cannot tetea mtu kama Kashakwa. You cannot tetea hiyo timu yao yote. Because Kenyans maze wako sharp right now. How much someone might come here and silence Benson not to talk about Matiang'i or not to talk about Ruto. There are other people they are talking. This is tuko kwa platform. I'm happy na kuna wengine now wako kwa ground. They are reaching out to the people, telling them, hey maze, mnakumbuka hii. So we want to go for the best, but a better option, not the lesser devil. That's my final remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. By the way, jamaa ameongea ukweli.
Pau, you can have the mic
Ameongea
there. You
ukweli,
can drop to Lewa. Guys, it's 10:47 Kenyan time.
So
keep tapping. Let's go to 20K. If on this platform, why shouldn't you tap? Pau, go ahead.
Benson ameongea ukweli, ameongea peupe John. Ameongea ile design ya tutashindanga tukisema atio ni Ruto kidogo. Sasa tunaingizwa pande ya Wamunyoro na Matiang'i, tena Wamunyoro na Matiang'i waingie watu bo. Kwanza kusema hata afadhali Ruto tuingize tena nani tuende inasijia kina nani. Guys, we have to break this chain, and this yoke we must break it. It's our time. There is a purpose why we are on this time. There is a purpose why we exist at this time, at this difficult time, kwa sababu we are in a time of breaking the yoke. African nations are doing it. The world is watching. Other nations are doing it. Na hapa Kenya shida hata si Ruto, shida ni system. Shida is just that this corruption we can't handle it. It's this much. Hii uongo mingi we can't handle it. We are so much educated design ya so much informed design ya to entertain hii uongo. Hello, mnanisikia guys?
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Yeah, listen, that's God. Very quiet now, Caesar.
So hii uongo yenye tunataka kuingizwa, and I told you guys from a way, hii hata tuache kusema ati tunahitaji wise men. Hii hata kuna haja kutumia timababu. I told you guys, if you are not careful, Gachagua will lead us to the way, ata to lead backwards. ni project, kwa sababu watatulead backwards ya nini? Afadhali Gachagua kuliko Ruto. Tena tuone ati huyu Gachagua pia ni kama elewi kitu alikuwa anafanya, ile kitu alikuwa anapigania, so afadhali Ruto. We break this chain, and I told you age is a factor, and I keep telling you this guys, we can't, hatuwezi pigania watu watu change, na sisi wenyewe tunataka change. We fight for it, we go with it, as in tuchague. Hata ukiangalia hata Burkina Faso, the president is just 37 years old. Angalia vitu ana reason, angalia zile vitu anafanya, angalia zile changes ana make. Anasemaje? Yeah, mlikuwa mnegotiate na our ancestors, but now we have to renegotiate the terms. We have to take it like my generation is saying, kwa sababu anaangalia hii generation, I'm here to stay, I'm here, God willingly 30 years down the line nitakuwa kwa hii Burkina Faso, nitakuwa bado tu hapa Kenya. We are still talking about road, we are still talking about education. Tuliongelea kitu Kibaki era, tukaongelea kitu Uhuru era, sasa ndio tena tunaiongelea We have to break the yoke, guys. We have to really to categorically not at point. Sikubahatisha. We are not trying it anymore. Our parents did it, our nini did it, but we are not trying it anymore. Never venye mnasema, Tony, from again from nini, by now, tunafaa, venye UDM anasema, tunafaa kuwa on the, tunafanya, to come up, tunaongelea about the trouble and how we can come up with the solutions. Unaona, documenting it. Coming up on nini tunasema kama ni health, tunaweza ifix hivi. Education, tunaweza ifix hivi. Tunaweza ifix tukidrift. The same spot. Wamonyora camps, Matiang'i camps, we keep dripping. Corruption. And so guys, we have the brains. Hata mimi nasema hivyo. We have the brains, and there is a reason why we exist right now at this moment. It's on purpose. It's on purpose. Thank you guys. Na drop kidogo.
I think what you're failing to understand is that as much as you're all trying to vie in different leader to lead you guys, to lead the people, but what you're failing to understand is that all these leaders are just the same one. Who designed the system? It's not the leaders that designed the system. The system, even someone who is being elected is coming into an existing system. It's not that the person you're electing is coming into a new system or is coming in with a new strategy of changing a system. No, he's coming in an already existing system where laws, rules, structures already existing. He or she cannot change anything. That's why Kenya is not a country. For those who think that Kenya is a country, Kenya is not a country. Kenya is a company. You should research and do more. Research in depth. Kenya is not a company. Kenya is not a country. Kenya is a company. That's why people they're foreigners. All leaders that take place, they have to meet for foreigners' interest. Why is it that every leader comes in always runs to the West? Someone said that, Burkina Faso. No. You look at Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso broke the chain by removing colonials of the France, into their country. So, for people to say that, we need change, you have to break the system. But you can't break the system by bringing in a new leader. You have to break the system by telling these foreigners, get the hell out of our country. Most of Kenyan militaries, they are being led by the British, Americans. Yeah. Everything in Kenya is being run by foreigners, man. All the minerals in Kenya, are being taken away into the foreign countries. And I heard someone saying here that, why are we paying taxes? Taxes are not a must to pay. It's not mandatory that people are supposed to pay the taxes. You're supposed to pay taxes willingly based on what you can afford, but it's not mandatory. The only thing that they're making mandatory is because the economy is not stable. If the government, if the economy is stable in such a way that the government can use its natural resources, look at Libya at the time of Gaddafi. They never used to pay any taxes because Gaddafi understood that we have natural resources in this country that can sustain the economy of this country. That even if there's oil, there's everything that's available, we can trade this and regenerate anything that we want. That's why Libya was the only country in Africa that could pay education for its citizens, pay medicine for its citizens, pay everything that its citizens want without doing anything. So you tell me, as much as people are saying, oh, I don't know, President, oh, he's not, Ruto, I don't know, Ruto is a bad guy. Oh, you want to elect another, I don't know, Rigiji or who. Okay, you'll bring them in, but the system is the same. They're all puppets,
allow me
to
interject
the West. They are all puppets to the West. They bow down to the West. That's why Burkina Faso does not bow down to any Western leader. That's what you're failing to understand. And as much as you're saying, you're all saying that you're informed, how comes you're all informed, you're all educated, but you're still disunited?
Can you take interjection from Benso, if you will? Can you take just one interjection from Benso? Then we will help enrich the debate.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Clay, I've heard you. Partially, you've spoken well, and there's an area that I'd like to interject. The problem that we face in Kenya, we know it vividly, clearly. We know it. It is not the system. Remember, all of us, we've gone to school, you've gone to school, everybody understands. I think people are misunderstanding the word system. System only works if the persona that is put there does it make it work. If the president, the way you had us saying, if he goes there and he dismantles those people, there are people who are making that system. Those people, the system here, you can translate it in two ways. It's the policies laid around. Are they right policies? Yes. Do we have the right constitution and laws? Yes. Are they followed? Because those policies are the one who forms a system. Like presidency is a system. It only thrives when people, the persona that we elect, go there and implement those policies, but they don't implement. You've talked about we are being controlled by the whites, who encourage them to control Kenya. It is the leader that we elect. If President Ruto goes there, he was elected and he was given power by the people of Kenya. He says now, from today henceforth, if you are a white who you are coming here to take our resources, blah blah, stop it today. And any leader after the president, if you are caught stealing or collaborating with these people, the law should carry the day. So let me just correct you that we know our problem and we are well informed. It's only that the oppressor always fight back, Mr. Gray. The oppressor is the people that we elect. Right now, if you elect Benson, and I have the will for the people, I can turn around and say, from today, no corruption. From today, we can depend on ourselves. That's the issue. It's the persona. So when you say system, I don't know, because we did not elect a white person to represent us in the parliament, in the cabinet. I've never seen any white person there. It is our own people. They go there, passes the laws that does not work. And then you spoke about the issue of taxes. I agree with you. I saw a lady trying to interject. There you articulated very well. Even to buy, that's not people, the citizens don't pay taxes. If we are well economically and corruption is to zero, we cannot, Mrs. You wherever, you cannot pay taxes the way Gray said. I really echo him on that. Thank you.
Okay, let me remind you one thing. 90%, not even 90%, 99% of any African president they are not being elected by its citizens. And I guarantee you that with proof. 99% of African presidents are not elected by Africans, by the African citizens. If you can bet me on that, I can bet anything on that. All these presidents, and I can tell you, I have a friend of mine. I have a friend of mine here. Yeah. Even the Kibaki elections, Uhuru elections, people fly from here, from where I am, to come to Kenya. They set the system. When you think, you're thinking, someone is going to win. Why is it that what was it? Raila didn't win the election, despite people being the most favored by the people. Why? Because people are being paid here to fly in private jet. They fly in, they set the system. Once they set the system, they do whatever they need, and then they leave out. These people don't care about you and no, it's their interests. That is why, if you can elect, if Raila will have been elected, why is it that even Ibrahim Traore right now they want to assassinate him? Because it's not meeting the interest. So unless you elect someone who's someone who's a revolutionary mind, I'm telling you,
you are wrong on that. Ray, you are wrong on that because our constitution is clear. Listen,
Gray and Benso.
It doesn't mean that Raila akiwini everything itakuwa sawa. I can assure you. Yes, ask.
So I want to help this debate. I'm not even disputing anything, but I want to help you. So new template information, we go with the structure in a very nice, smooth way. And number one, Gray has really talked about system. Amesema venye the West wanaweka puppeteer leaders and how they build them up. I think tungepata more meat in that bone, ange build kesi yake, angesema venye how leaders wanakuwa lobbied kitambo from their political parties, venye wanafanywa nini, venye wanakuwa funded until they reach where they are now, position of national leader, wanakuanga wame-interact na these Western CIA or people, these people who put certain people to power to maintain certain interests. So that one is gonna happen all over the world, including developed countries. But now, where I think now, Gray, where Benso is challenging you, the other place here, you do not bring up the system well. Though me, I understand the system separately, I would have explained it differently. So Unafoseme, this is the system. This is how it was built from up down by the colonial masters. And this is how it has been perpetuated from this age to this age. Change. What has been changing is personnel. And this personnel have been put there. Even people who have the best will of the country, they cannot alter the system.
Yeah, it's true.
So, maybe until you go the revolutionary way and Burkina Faso, where the army comes in, suspend the constitution, put some safeguard in place, then bring up the constitution. So that's how maybe you can dismantle the system. So I thought maybe that's the way you are going.
Let me help Gray.
Have the understanding of what the system is. So I'll give Gray back the microphone, then we'll open it to the rest of the people to chime in.
Gray, just a moment. So there is something we are talking about here, something called the system.
Yes.
This system is not the Kenyan system alone. It's the world system. It is how the Europeans relate with Africans and how the Northern Americas relate with Africans. It's different. Like how we relate with them or how we think about them is not really the truth of how the situation is. Like for instance, right now, the opposition have one candidate they are calling Matiang'i. But this guy has been working for the IMF for the past 2 years. The current governor of CBK was working for IMF. The previous one, even the most previous one, was still working for IMF before they got the government job here in Kenya. Then we expect this country to get out of debt. Are we serious if we keep re-electing, if we keep putting into high positions these people who are working for foreign banks and foreign entities, which are hell-bent on making us weak? If you remember very well, there were speeches which Ruto was making all over Africa when he was elected president a few years ago. He was going to South Africa,
and telling them we need to have an African currency, we need to look at this thing in a different way. If you can remember very well, he was talking about Africa uniting. And when he went to Europe, and I remember when he was in Paris, he said in the Paris Declaration, he said that when the European banks, IMF, World Development Bank, that they need to start lending to Africans at a fair rate. Because you find that when America is going for a loan from IMF or World Bank, they get that loan at 2%, 3%. But when an African country is going for a loan of the same amount or even lower, they say that you are high risk, so we give you at a high interest.
Yeah,
So
because Africa is capable of paying it. Why?
Yes, we are
Because
capable
Africa is capable of paying.
But they keep telling us we are incapable of.
Kigwadi and Gray, I want you to maybe take the frame that I laid down so that what we talk about, they understand this thing in a very holistic way. What is the system? How has it been perpetuated since independence up to now? And what is like a new leader likely when you change this system or develop something that is unique to Africa and Kenya? Ndio tujitoe kwa hizi mashida. Kila siku tusikue tukililia ati colonial master ama neo-colonialism bado imetushika. That's why we cannot be independent, we cannot be economically sufficient, we cannot claim back our sovereignty. Let's now speak about specific and how we can make it better.
Now let's go back at the beginning, at the foundation of this country. When we wanted to have African independence in Africa, the Europeans, when they were leaving, they did not give the power to someone who was pro-African or someone who could be called an Africanist. They gave it to people who had already lived in their countries. They gave it to someone like Kenyatta, Kwame Nkrumah. Even when you go back to the foundational African leaders, the people who were the first presidents of Africa, when you look at those people, they have one history. They were trained in Europe. They lived in Europe for many, many years. So they already had this idea of Europe is the way to go, or Europe is the direction they are going to take their countries. So they did not just give this power like out of the blues. They were very particular in the people who they were going to give, so that they gave the people who they knew will not be focused on developing their countries. They gave the power to the people who they knew these people are just going to loot their country. So if this person is a looter of the country, so we as the neo-colonialists, we will not need to be now, the white president will not need to be here in Kenya, but we'll have a black man representing our power, which is now softer. It doesn't look like we are still present, but we are present because whatever we need to do will still be done, despite that there's no white governor, like when we had a colonial governor before 1963. So you find changing this country is not something easy. It's something very systematic, and it's not just the Kenyan system we are talking about. We are talking about the European system and the African system, how they relate. Europe takes Africa as the place where we will come to plunder, where we will come to steal, where we will come to take food. You see, Africa is called poor, but Europeans grow food here in Africa and export it to their countries. Here in Timau, there are farms there over 1 million acres. They farm food. Let me finish. Junior Kiasi, you'll still have the mic. Junior, sorry to interject. Why can we not have more energy on the past and the colonial system and blame our colonial masters? Why can't you make more energy on the current situation? Because Junior, that's the reason why the constitution give us a term limit. We go there and change the system. What if Junior will you now go do the wrong thing because the colonial said these presidents? Because already you know the problem, you know the root cause. I'm not saying. Listen. I don't know what can you do. You as Junior, let's say today, You know already colonial masters walituwekea hiyo vitu wana plant puppet kama Tony. They will just said, I've heard you. That now they use Tony, who is not pro-Africa, to serve their own interests. I've gotten your point. Now you know, you are a Kenyan or you are Africa. You know that's what they have been doing. Na tumesema wewe, after this 5 years,
is it? So it's happening that things still exist. We have an opportunity to bring in leaders who love their country and break that down. What is this thing? Dave, I thought you can speak specifically to that.
So you want to understand the principles of being, there's one thing that perhaps you can do research. There's something known as subversion. You know what subversion is?
Yes, continue.
So subversion is the process by which the values and principles of an established system are contradicted and reversed in an attempt to sabotage the existing social order and its structure of power, authority, tradition, hierarchy, and social norms. It involves a system to attempt to overthrow or undermine a government or political system, often carried by a person working secretly from within. Subversion is used as a tool to achieve political goals because it generally carries less risk, cost, difficulties, as opposed to openly belligerent. The act of subversion can lead to destruction or damage of an established system or any government. So these are the 4 stages now. Let me read to you the 4 stages of. Stage number 1 is demoralization. Demoralization. It involves systematically undermining of society's moral and ethical foundation. What happens is you infiltrate educational systems, media, cultural platforms to influence the mind of young people. The goal is to instill a sense of delusionment, moral relativism, and a rejection of traditional values. Yes, individuals are to question their own culture, identity, history, societal norms, creating a sense of instability and disorientation within the target population. Stage number 2 is decentralization. The first stage is demoralization. The second stage is stabilization. Once demoralization has taken place, within the these include law, military intelligence,
Grace,
Please
speak
put
through
up
the
your voice.
microphone.
Put up your voice. Put up your voice.
Through the
Hey,
microphone,
volume. Mama ni
Grace.
mimi sisikii peke yake.
Hata mimi sisikii chenye huyu jamaa anaongea.
I'm ready to start.
Ama ameshikilia kitabu akaweka simu chini.
I'm even trying also to
Increase my volume. Can you hear me?
But
I'm also even trying to look for the meaning of subversion, because I can't
Okay,
hear.
let me repeat, yeah?
No,
Can you hear
I
me
think,
now?
Gray, personally,
Yes.
our match was so low.
No, don't repeat. Don't repeat. No, point out.
Yeah,
Point
don't
out,
repeat.
please.
I've heard you.
Will I continue?
No, don't
mention
repeat.
some points there, around 4 point agenda.
Yeah, the only
But
4
I can
points,
tell
only
you,
4 points.
I'm still challenging you. You are
Yes.
not fully convinced that those points that you put across, that's not what is happening in Kenya.
That
Remember
is
when
what is happening. I'm telling you.
if
Those
listen,
systems are, what is
given a
happening?
core agenda,
Benso, wacha malize kunini? Wacha
Yes.
Gray amalize ku execute point yake, then we come in and where you see we can comment. So Gray also, while you are reading that, try to make it summarize, maybe read only one sentence in it, then you'll finish, so that we don't have a lot of time to and energy to yes.
Okay,
Just
stage
run through
number
a summary of that.
3. Stage number 3, you create the crisis within the economy.
To undermine of the power and authority of an established system or institution. See, okay. So guys, can I talk?
Yes.
So I've heard Gray. I think Gray, at some point you are right. That's what we need to do. But then, you know, I have another idea, because the only problem we have in our country ambayo inatufanya tumekuwa hell like this for quite some times ni ukabila. So I think as Gen Z, tukiweza kaa chini tu vizuri, we look for a good leader, a good person, then we rally behind him, then I think tunaweza toboa. It is a very simple thing. Tuachana ukabila na to identify one young guy ambaye ni vibrant na
Africa.
Yes.
Just what just Gray just told us now. I want you to look at it that way. What if hii division yetu ya ukabila, what if it's not deliberate, it's systematic, it's planned, it's not a mistake?
Come on again.
The only thing your voice, your music, your voice,
Acheni niwaambie ukweli.
Tony,
Acheni niwaambie
It's
ukweli.
planned.
Kabila.
All this division is something.
Tony, can I speak?
Kabila is just a brand. Guys, kabila hawezi to.
Then you guys are coming. So
Tony,
I was asking you.
Mimi nataka mniconvince guys. Hizi vitu mnasema you have to convince me.
Tony,
Only
Tony.
you need to convince this
Actually,
39
is a
people.
question. So let me
Tony,
finish the question.
just finish.
So umesema if tukimaliza tu kabila and you are good. So what in relation to what Gray was telling you is that you may be aware or not be aware that in kabila yetu it started somewhere and it did not happen by mistake. The founding father of this country did not wake up na akakumbuka ati yeye ni Mkikuyu. Hiyo Kikuyu, it was designed and properly planned and matured for him aanze hii mambo ya tribal isolation, tribal balkanization, ethnicization into government. So wewe unaweza as if it's mistake, like mjamaa alikuwa greedy and alianza mambo ya tribalism as a founding father of this nation, na kumbe this thing is part of neo-colonial chokehold. So why will you think that it will be easy now for us Kenya kusema tu side tu ukabila imeanza na to unite without anyone, without a very an underhand deal perpetuating this thing?
Do you know why I'm saying that? Do you know?
Ngoja kidogo na nani huku Afrika.
It's okay.
Ukabila kitu mimi nasemanga ukabila si issue. Afrika. Hiyo ukabila.
No, my friend, you don't understand this. Do you know what? Do you know the impact? Do you know the impact of a united nation? Do you know the impact of a united people? Do you know the impact of a united community?
You understand it more better. So ngoje we point it out kidogo. Kweli ukabila inakwanga tu saa election peke yake. Nikuuliza tu swali. Unataka kuniambia kuna Mjaluo hafanyi kazi Murang'a?
Pau, you have not understood.
Ngoja.
Let me help you.
Kwa hizo four agenda. Ray ameongea alafu na hii maneno ya ukabila.
Sasa Pau,
ask a question. But now, if you are not putting it the way it's supposed to be.
Tunanyamaza, mnaona no. Si ameuliza swali, acha nijibu tu. Please. Ukabila ni ideology ati sasa. Sasa hakuna mtoumi. Ikuwe ni Mjaluo, ikuwe ni Mkalenjin, ikuwe ni kwa sababu ya bad policies. Ukabila inakujanga just to point out the number of a certain tribe. Population is statistics. But the numbers don't lie. Sasa tusemeaje Gen Z tuliungana sisi wote. Tulikuwa kabila gani Gen Z when walienda parliament? To be honest. So, ukabila, a man has to belong. It was our culture. Unapata wewe ni Mjaluo, it's your culture and you can't fight it. But it doesn't come it ati Wajaluo wana vote ati nini. Mimi nilipiga kura kama Mjaluo. Ulipiga kura kama wewe pans individually. Wewe individually ukiwa umesimama hapo. Si ati tulifuata ati juu nini ati kiongozi wetu ni Kalonzo amesema hivi. Hiyo ilikuwa ideolojia hapo zawadi nini. Ilikuwa hapo zamani. We are focusing on tomorrow. Now we stop politicizing kabila kwa sababu acha niambie. No.
Kidogo Tony.
Nataka ni save.
Moja mwisho. Ngoja kitambo ni save ni sawa. Acha ni drone zaidi basi toka ni save. Kidogo tu. Hiyo kabila yenye tunashinda tukisema sometimes it is even advantageous socially. Kwa sababu given it hata tuangalie to be functional ile pande inasaidianga. Ile wakati unasikia kama sahi Shabana FC ni ya wapi? Ni ya Kisii. Fan base yao ni Kisii. Ni tribe moja. Gor Mahia ni ya Wajaluo. Fan base yao ni ya Wajaluo. Kweli ukabila inakujanga tu sa election guys tu peke yake.
Mimi ni fan wa Gor na mimi ni mfano. Mimi ni fan wa Gor. Sasa hiyo sasa sielewi. Ngoja nikuelezee kitu. Kidogo tu.
Mnipe chance just respond kitu mnajaribu kutumislead.
Respond. Simkosa mmoja na Pau.
Okay, Junior umepewa time na hujamaliza. Hebu maliza. Because we always want to respond to that.
Acha nimalize.
I didn't even finish my point.
First, hebu kwanza maliza huku Afrika alafu nimalize.
No, do you know why? Tony.
Just one thing I wanted to make very clear. Wacha tu hii point yangu ni 30 seconds. That's very clear. Pau ubonge vizuri about advantage and disadvantage of ukabila. That is not the issue. The issue where Gray na alikuwa nauliza kuwa Africa, are you guys not aware or you guys will not be aware that you belonging to a tribe, it's a good thing as an African man. A man must belong, a man must have heritage, a man akona ancestors. As an African man, your tribe is very important. It's central to your identity. It's not a bad thing and you should not be ashamed about it.
Yeah, that is right.
But now the thing is, I want you to understand that a European amefanya alikuwa ahead of civilization. Amekuwa kitumia kitu inaitwa divide and rule, and the only closest and easiest thing to divide Africa was on tribal lines, especially country like Kenya. Ndio wapate people.
What about Tanzania?
Waletwe hapa. Hiyo ndio place tunaleta. But being a tribe, ama way to belonging in another tribe is not a bad thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's not.
But now Mali imekuwa weaponized. That is where I think you are not understanding. Huko Africa you can now pick it up.
Do you know why
Let me help you, Tony.
Can I talk kindly? Do you know why I was talking? I was emphasizing so much. Do you know why I was emphasizing so much about ukabila? Tunatumia hii ukabila yetu kwa njia mbaya. Unaona? Kukua a Luo or a Kikuyu is not a bad thing, but now we are using it on a wrong direction. Especially when we want to make a very important decision come election, come a voting. Are you getting that? So if we can do a civic education on how, just teach people, young people, on why the reason to vote voting the right person inakuanga very important, because voting ni kitu yenye tukishafanya ni kitu inaenda to rule for the 5 good years ina to rule. So if you vote for the wrong person because ya ukabila hii ni mtu yetu na ni mtu mbaya, then atatumiza for those period. So mimi naona tu like sisi kama watu young guys tuko in a very good position to change all this narrative around. Unaona? So kama sisi Gen Z tunaweza come up, tuamue tu, because unaona during the maandamano yetu ya Gen Z, the moment Raila libonga, unapata kama Gen Z wajaluo wale wachana na maneno ya maandamano. Unaona vile ukabila yetu tunatumia kwa njia mbaya. Nacheki. So kama tunaweza amua tu sisi tukae, because we tuko na good number, we are in a good position ya kuchange this government. Na by the way, tukiamua tu tuweke tu mtu mmoja mzuri, a young guy, hakuna vile system inaweza to beat. That's all I can say. Unaona?
Kigwadi mbonge kuna kupata kusema because
excuse me.
Alafu
hapa kwa systemic ukabila. Dogo tu. Just give me a moment. Okay.
Is it
guys, nataka Harambee ingia. Mpatie Harambee time yake hajaongea. Kigwadi when you are done, you drop mic to Harambee alafu Hezi.
Is it possible to just to highlight something here?
But I was respond to Gray ametupea 4-point agenda. No one has challenged him.
We'll do that. Wacheni Harambee.
I was just about to make a submission.
Then Gray amaliza submission, then Benso apate ile venye na respond to the two people, then we can release to the other again. I think that will be fair.
Me, in fact,
thank you guys.
I have a document here. I have a document.
Let me first respond, Gray.
Go ahead.
When we are talking about systemic tribalism, we have never been quarreling, like we have never quarreled so much, even previously, even before the white man came here in Africa. Like the Kikuyus and the Maasais lived alongside each other. When there was drought in Maasai land, they used to bring their families here to get grain and even live here until the drought is over in Maasai land. So these communities have always been living together harmoniously, not just for 100 years, even 300 years previously, na huko mbele, before hata mzungu akuje. Now, beside that, mzungu alikuja huku 1890. Hiyo ni around, alafu akatoka 1963. Alikaa around 70 years.
1830s.
Yeah, wale wazungu wenye walijenga reli walikuja 1890. 1896 hapo 98 96 wakajenga reli hadi
1830s. That's what I'm telling you. I have a document here as I'm speaking. Right, I have a document with me right now. A European came in Kenya.
When did they declare Kenya as a colony?
1835.
Yeah, they declared Kenya a colony in 1890. That's where we are starting to count. Let me explain something. You are making me deviate from my point. This is my point. Everywhere the Europeans came in Africa, first they supported the majority communities, because those were the communities which they could easily get collaborators. Not only in Kenya. I want you to know that this is something that was practiced all across Africa. They did this. First, they collaborated with this community for the 70 years they were in Kenya. Then when they were leaving, to cultivate on the distrust of one community to the other, they gave power to the communities they were not collaborating with. You find that the Kikuyus were resistors since the beginning. You find the Nandis were also resistors. You find that there were communities which were collaborating with them.
The communities which were collaborating with them, they worked with them during the tenure of colonization. When they came to leave power, they gave it now to the communities which were resisting. And that is what they did all across Africa. Even when you go to Rwanda and Burundi, you find there are these two communities, the Hutu and the Tutsi. You find that the Tutsi were the majority tribe. They had been oppressed for that whole period of colonization. Then when the Belgians were leaving power, you know what they did? They gave now power to the minority, the people who are the resistors initially. You know what that was supposed to do? That one was supposed to make this trust between one community and the other to be so generational for such a long time, until when Rwanda and Burundi had gotten independence for over 40 years, there was a civil war which came in later because of that transition of power there in 1960s. So you find that these white people, they trapped us. They trapped us to make sure that we will always have internal wrangles and internal distrust between us and ourselves. It's so easy for a Kenyan to trust a white man when whatever they tell you with their mouth, you say, they have no reason to lie to me. But if you are told the same message by a black person who is maybe from another tribe, you'll be like, oh, what do the Maasais want, or what do the Kalenjins want from this matter? When you are told something by another fellow black person, we start considering it with the thoughts of lakini when the white people are telling us something, we believe them so much because they played the reverse psychology card on us. They oppress you for so many years. Then when they are leaving, they give power to the people who they have been oppressing, so that the people who are now collaborating with them will be left wondering, well, what happened? You were not given the power, and we were the ones tulikuwa na wao pale ndani. So the distrust, the systemic distrust, was cultivated over 60 years ago. So when we are now talking about it today in 2023, in 2025, this is 63 years later, we are talking about tribalism, something which was cultivated by these people 60 years ago. We have yet get over it, because it's not just words. Huh? You know, these white people are very cunning. They do not just trap you. They want to trap you, your son, your grandson, and your great-grandson in the same stupidity. Like they even play a very serious reverse psychology card. Europeans left Europe in the 1800s to come to Africa because in Europe there was a famine, they could not grow food, the seasons were not going right for them. But then they moved to Africa to look for raw materials for their industries, to look for food, and to look for places where there will be low cost of life. In Europe, they need a lot of firewood, so that's a lot of fuel to heat houses and everything, gas to heat houses and everything. But in Africa, they came, they planted our lands first, they built their houses here. Their houses in Africa, they never had any heating system. Yeah? They even had chimneys, which were never lit, because in Africa it was so warm. You see? So when we talk about systemic reverse psychology, like they play this reverse psychology on us until today as we speak. It's so easy for a white man to get a visa to enter Kenya, but it's so hard for you as an African to enter even another African country. Why is that so? But if any white man from Europe was maybe to go to Uganda, DRC, or any country in Africa, it would be so easy. They just apply their passports. They apply for the visa when they are already in that country. But you, as an African, before you travel to any country, your visa must be approved in your country of origin. You see, when we talk about systemic reverse psychology, maybe sometimes we don't think about it as deeply as how historians look at things. When I read history books, and then I read now, then I am told the real stories by the people who are, you know, human beings are also libraries. They tell you stories of what really happened, what the history books do not cover. The old people will tell you with their mouths who lived the situation. You see? So when we talk about systemic things that are making us fall into traps today, the traps of tribalism, the traps of mtu wetu. It's so systemic from way back. That's why the mentality you might be having today is the same mentality maybe your grandmother was having, maybe. Maybe you are more educated now, but there's a high chance you have the same mentality of thinking that Europe is better than Africa. Whereas Africans left, Europeans left Europe 200 years ago to come to live in Africa. You see, when we talk about colonization, it's so deeply entrenched. It's so deeply entrenched. Yeah, now I'm finishing up. But now we are trying to speak the truth about this first. Like I'm telling you this, I'm not telling you just so that we go and make the changes. I'm telling you this first to spread fast awareness. First, we know why treatment thinking this way. You see, you don't just judge. You look at things from a position of love and a position of understanding. When you look at history, many things make sense. Yeah. When you look at history and how decisions came to be, you get a better sense.
Guys, ni kama
Gray hana speaker.
Network yangu ndio iko. Let me just go on now. Junior, let me start. It is me now. I'm just responding to Junior and Gray within 3 minutes or 4 minutes, as I will not take much time the way Junior has taken. You see, guys, if you listen to Junior, Junior is giving us a lot of history. And if I had him, he's blaming a lot the white. And I'll still come back to you guys, those who are still blaming the white. You see, can you put your more energy to the current situation, the real thing in the house? You know, Mimi, I'm not, as much as white Konabile, they also play a role in our suffrage. But 80% it is we ourselves, we the people of Africa. Why do I say that? You know, the white, Junior, is blaming too much the white, and he has just said there's something that we cultivated in our brain. Meaning, his system, system, and you are not convincing Ben. So here, the system is in your brain. Remember, people did science. System is a group of things put together to do something, a given function. Now, system, he has talked about cultivation. We have cultivated that kind of system that to believe everything is white. That's the way he has said. I think at one point he was just answering himself. There, if I told the system, it is in your brain, it's you to change and stop and break that chain of believing that everything is the white. That's the way you are saying. Why is it that sisi tunaambiwa tukue na visa, but hao wanakuja tu wanaingia? I've seen some countries, by the way, even starting in Namibia, they have said these guys, they should also be paying for the visa. You get? Which was not there. Then it's about the leader. Guys, you need to Mount Kenya, please mute. So Gray and Junior, unfortunately, has dropped. You need to now to agree and appreciate with me that the issue is not even the system, it's the persona, the people. The system is in your brain. If you know there's a culture that these European people planted in us, why can't you change it? Even if Gray, I give you the right policies here and you cannot implement, unataka kuitumia kudhulumu your fellow Kenyans. That's wrong. 80%, guys, the problem that sisi tunapitia, just the way Junior ametupa history hapa, the problem is the people that we elect and they are the one oppressing us. I've never seen a white person coming to vote. I think Tony tried to convince me somehow how now this guy comes in. They may also fund you, then you are capable of reaching out to people. Even sometimes you can go even bribe voters. Okay. That's how maybe partially you can convince me. But at the bottom line, Gray and fellow Kenyans, the problem that we face is we can solve it. I wanted even to challenge Junior. He's speaking nicely, he knows the problem. And let me take you now to the medical side, whereby if a doctor knows that you have a malaria, you've been taken to the laboratory or a malaria test, and you are positive or suffering from malaria, he'll give you the injection of malaria. We know our problem, that there's a system that was set by the colonial that our own people are using to molest us. Why can't you uproot that mentality? Because let us not talk as if system ni kitu yenye iko hidden, iko na msumari sijui na nini iliwekwa tu hapo kuja. No. It is the people who are there. If you know Tony is in this government and he forms, I told system it is composed of some things, and there are people who run that system. If Tony is the problem, you go approach him. If we say today is Cray who is our leader, and Cray you stand for Pan-Africanism, you go there, approach Tony, approach those people who are having that mentality to believe everything is white, and they are serving the interest of the whites. They just approve them. It is you as the persona. Now let me again now come to Cray, the 4-point agenda that he gave us here. Cray, you spoke about subversion. If we understand subversion, it means some people trying to take the right course from its line, alafu wanatuweka in the wrong direction. If when at least English, when you tunaelewa English, you talked about the military, they may use military. Are white using military to overturn the government, the present government? No, it is we went to the street with the people of Kenya Cray because of suppression from our own leaders. The people the president alitoa military outside the CBD, outside their camp, wakakuja CBD, and they did not beat us. BBC ilionyesha tuko na one of the KDF alitumika kuua watu, something that tuko tunajua. Then you said causing disability. They cause destabilization of the country. No one is causing, I have not seen a white causing that. It is we agitated that things are not working well. This guy, they are looting, now corruption. Surely, you can't tell me a white person, they are president, ama other who are working under him, to steal, surely. We know, even in the constitution says, yeah, now you guys are talking about the system and the policy. You see, the constitution says ukipatikana na corruption yafaa ushikwe, hata ufungwe milele. But people unapata mtu mmoja ameiba 20 billion. Hiyo ni mtu mmoja ama 200 billion, bro. Si mzungu amemwambia ipe, honestly speaking. And that's why I'm just correcting you guys. You capitalize your energy on the real things here.
So, just
tribalism. Let me just finish, Tony.
No, you will continue. Just one point. I want to interject them answer as you finish. Then as you finish, then so just one point. Okay. Why do you think the West want to kill? Okay, why do you think the West want to kill Ibrahim Traore? Just answer that as you continue your deliberation.
Traore. Yeah, because let me answer you. Oh, listen, that's a very easy question to answer.
Okay,
it is because
answer that one.
Listen, my brother. We are sharp when a question is being asked. And I like such kind of questions. The whites, they have interest in Africa. Equally, they are, as much as they are supporting us, they are also using that support also to take more from us. They bring little, but take more. Look at, and listen, my brother, just I'll explain that. Tony, you see, they know when you unite. That's the way Cray said, the impact of togetherness. That's the way we said, even the impact of Gen Z, you saw what it pushed mountains. The impact of togetherness, they know that if we unite, we will even surpass them. That's the reason why they want to kill him, because Wataki Tukwe united, because there is much resources in Africa. In fact, the resources that is making the West people or the white people to be where they are, it is from Africa. I agree with you. There is a way they're also taking out these resources. Before even we go for them, why can't you deal with our own leaders who are entertaining them? I'm so very objective, actually, when I'm trying to put out my point. It is our own leaders. Yeah? If Ruto or any other African president entertain them and serve their interest, mmoja anaitwa anaambiwa fanya hivi, shika hii bilioni how many dollars, but hii resources kama ni mafuta tutakuwa tuna nini, tunapeleka huko tena tunawauzia. So are you going to blame the white, or you are blaming our own people who are allowing that to come in atoning? That's my concern. I think I've answered you on that. Now, lastly, so Paul trying to confuse us about tribalism. Tribalism, the word bad thing, but belonging in a particular tribe. I think Tony tried to answer that well. You belong, it's a culture. Someone brought the thing culture. You belong in a given tribe, it's not a mistake, but you misusing the tribe to bring something called tribalism. It is a bad thing, Pao, because you struggle to convince us because tribalism is there, not only during election. Let me now educate you on that. Ukienda kwa unapata parastato fulani imejudge a particular tribe because of maybe the CEO ni toka kwa tribe fulani, which is wrong against the constitution. Hata right now ukienda KRA, mtu amecheza kule Wakale. Wakati Uhuru amekuwa kwa power, unapata tena anacheza Wakikuyu, inapata what constitute what tribalism. The tribalism not only is not described only on a basis of maybe voting. So it will be very wrong ukituambia ati wao mjadala sana anafanya Murang'a nini. That's why now you are not describing the word tribe. That is we are tribalism that we are talking about here. Mutu, just I think hata mtu alikuchallenge hapa. Mbona sahi there are people who never voted for Ruto, but they are the ones saying Ruto is good because their person or kingpin Raila Odinga amesema Ruto ni mzuri, wacha tumsupport. That is tribalism. They are not going there because of just tribal law. Someone is just going there because mtu wangu amesema niende pale. So being tribalist is when if something wrong is happening. Watoto walikuuliwa, yes. Why are you going there if you know watoto waliuliwa? I remain to be a Luya, but I remain to be a Kenya. That's why we need to be very objective. How? Hapo niliona maze, you did not score well there. You really struggled to answer that. It was wrong to tell us ati tribalism inakujanga tu wakati wa voting. Ili hadi tunasikia ina particular company kabila fulani imejaa pale. You get
Benson, I agree.
That's now what we call tribalism.
I stand to be corrected. So, Benson,
yes, thank you.
I stand to be corrected. So,
and lastly, 30 seconds. The word you are arguing about,
the word you are mistaken arguing about, Benson, is between tribalism and tribe. This guy, Meshika, tribalism is a crime.
Tribalism. No. Exactly. That's what we are talking about.
Tribalism is not a crime. Tribalism is not a crime and has never been a crime.
Tribalism is a crime.
Tribalism
is a crime. No, Kenya, please.
Tribalism is a crime. Under what penal code? Penal code gani hiyo inasema tribalism is a crime?
How? And Mount Kenya, can I land? Then
I have to leave you guys. I have to leave you guys.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Everything should be competitive, not tribal. Tribalism is a crime. Nani anasema
exactly? Kwani wewe unatengeneza katiba?
Ule msichana ulipewa na anti yako baada hajaenda.
Anaenda wapi bwana? Sasa mimi nikioa tena msichana bibi anaenda.
Uliona wewe uli sura mbaya, uliona dawa.
Hiyo sura mbaya hiyo, mwanaume lazima akuwe sura mbaya, kwani nakuwa sura mzuri ili
kwanza huyu Otieno si Mjaluo, ni Kongo man. Amezaliwa Kongo.
Kwani mwanaume anafaa kuwa na sura mzuri? Mwanaume ni kama nyando hivi, macho yake imeingia ndani, lakini ya nyando ni mbaya.
Kuona bwana. Wacha sasa tuone hata chungu.
Otieno, na kwani kama ukiongea unakaa hivi ukilala
wewe unatambua mwingine. Unataka kuona nani akaniona?
Mimi kitu najua ati songa ni maembe.
Osima.
Mimi nataka kukuona. Fungua kamera bwana.
Nani anataka kuniona?
Wewe Nyando nenda kwa mama yako hapa mwenye umeitanga mama, nimekukosea mama.
Mama.
Weka political, weka yeye kwa screen.
Nyando yo.
Enda huko soso wewe. Enda huko Nyarisiani soso wewe.
Mama ane.
Soso lakini mmoja anaenda. Hakuna. Kuro.
Wewe watu ni news.
Afadhali watu wamwachie wa TV kubwa. Unajua mimi naendesha kadi kubwa.
Inarokoma ingono, manokoma songa neno kama ni TV.
Onge
sura.
Kombe
magjo sura.
Okay, sura wewe kikom.
Kombe magjo sura.
Papanga anakuja kuona kumbe ndio maana ana
political arena benefit neno jadi.
Mapanga ana bwana ni mtu mkali kumbe ndio maana ana bwana nimechosa shida yake.
Non living things better malo living things.
Na huyu jamaa Mandela anatakaje?
Etieno. Songano gocho na kanisa nia madwa oro ni pesa. Nika tamu pesa ne.
Oh, go ni simo.
Obro to.
Apenji. Political arena bemiero
biario cha.
Ito to ne Otieno. Political arena maro gik miriambo. Kidwaro gimoro kiwachi chani dwaro. Chieng muna
onge yoro miari idwa to.
Jo into.
No kigocho na Kennedy.
Indo ngigocho na kaka sabiri Otieno yawa daka wachega.
Or pesa.
Bede ngama kanusi. Inseche ma wan kodi to kalandi. Oseche ma ni magocho ni kilando. In ki otini political arena ngama. En ko gocho na kalingo. Tato ka gocho ne to wuoyo. Oh, kamane kaka en onge wach. Keta ka wuonu kinya keti. Ero nyamaki.
Kennedy ni gocho kania. Idwa oro na pesa. Dong nyisa kama
tangisi. So donga pena pani mana kaka nyaminwa yawa. Otieno. Kiparo ngato kaka politiko donyo katinde lunge mane nyamin.
To daki yoro. Ngeni ni yoro ka in gi target moko maricho.
To karen mane ni target mono dwa miya gimoro no miya.
Political, para ni block number Kennedy. Usindo po kelo gito.
Na achola. Lungu nango. Chogo iti beda mo sabro pangi. Anengena ngama bo yanso mo mda we monu kombokotha. Aneno kugomba.
Ndio pangi kinyeshendo.
We. Ndio tafuta chakula ukule bwana. Wewe ni uko sawa lakini ukikula chakula utakuwa mzuri.
Sikuli ba keeping fitness.
Kwa sababu hauna protein kwa mwili. Hauna protein.
Miaka ndo imeenda sio fitness.
Miaka ndo idwa kuecho.
Miaka ikishaenda kuna fitness hapo.
Otieno.
Nyakisi. Nyakisi budi tabule.
Unaona mapema. Sieni dwado anga makoma keto tere ngwech ma wiye mo pudhu yiye gote.
Mas na tere ngwech.
Yer kirero ngwech ko to ya.
Cosmas neka. Cosmas ndo rika yako hapa.
Hapana. Mimi pia sikuli vitu kama hiyo. Mimi pia sikuli vitu kama hiyo. Yeye
mapanga yake kazi hapo kazi. Waachana na yeye.
Mimi sikuli vitu kama hiyo. Mimi iko kwa TV kubwa hii.
Acha nyamaze tu.
Nataka TV kubwa hii.
Gani? Unataka chogo?
Bwana.
Chogo ongea.
Mimi unanipea atanifinya.
Now I understand myself. I've been dealing with the wrong.
Mimi pia natakana unipee kitu yenye nikishikwa nayo nafungwa. Lakini nitafungwa milele. Mambo gani haya?
Wewe, can you respect women on my platform?
Women aje. Women.
You
umetoa Cosmo mbona?
Hapa
from your politics and whatever they've been doing. We should surprise them. And now the biggest surprise and how we can surprise them is by informing ourselves how the Constitution was. Because these guys, they read the Constitution like a storybook. So ni kuulize swali ama tujiulize maswali, ni watu wangapi Kenya hii wanajua Constitution inasema nini? Kwa hivyo tuko na kizungumkuti. Kwa hivyo popote pale ulipo, badilisha mawazo yako, tubadilishe maisha yetu. Ndio vile mambo tutakavyokuwa. We bring new fresh breed in leadership, administration.
Just allow me to amplify what Pro amesema.
Yes,
And
alafu watu wa tap tap bana, alafu kutoka kwako tuingie kwa Minamo. Tuingie
Thank
kwa
you.
kwa
Yeah.
Minamo alafu E. That's akuwa na
Exactly.
fix network hapo. Top members.
Asante. Asante. You guys tap tap as I submit. I'm also tap tapping. Allow me to amplify what Pro Adventure amesema. This is a very sober mind. I love this. This is my mind. You get, you know, before even tukuja kuyapa, unfortunately my brother Chausiku has dropped because he said he's in our team, but I've seen him weakening our team by saying negative. Because you see, when we are in a battle, us versus them. And this guy is so sober. He's telling us, why can't you surprise these people, these politicians? Wakidaniani, it is the business as usual. Ati mnakuja mnapangwa kwa region, kwa tribal basis. Sisi, to a surprise, was just the way you guys, we did it. It was a good gesture when we did it last year. So many guys, we can do it better. We did it and you saw the guys, muliona, the impact. So we can do it better. And one thing with my brother amenifurahisha is the same song that I've been telling people, and Dawa can testify to that. That even before we stand now saying, now who will take us to the promised land? You as an individual, what have you done to sensitize people, to tell people, Maze, political class right now, they are so heartless. If one of them akikuwa scratched, wanaanza kusema Wakenya tuko heartless. You had even the speaker of National Assembly saying that. But Gen Z, it is okay. We just mourn, we sympathize, we move on. Guys, but yao wanataka we mourn with them and we stand with them all the time. So, wakati tunaachia tu Dawa kama Beniso peke yake kwenda kufanya kazi kwa mashinani kule kuambia watu, sikizeni, please, you are failing this country. The solution is you do your part. After hii online show, kesho weekend, chapa the same discussion. Wow, change watu kama 13, 20 people, 50 people. Imagine these people will replicate. Kitambo sasa kitambo tutakuja tu surprise hawa jamaa, we will be speaking one voice. But hatujafanya hivyo, tumeachia wa jamaa wanaendelea ku spread rumors, nyinyi wa watu wa hii, wa watu wa wale, sijui na nini. That's where we are missing. And that is the detrimental that you guys, you'll be doing for this country because you don't love this country. Hawa jamaa wengine wenye unaona wako na gendered names, ama hapo jaza mnasema, wakikuja, enda kuneutralize kwa ground, sema, hawa jamaa ni wale. Yeah, different forest, but the same monkeys. I'm telling you, kuna hata huyo mama mwenye hajaienda shule, ataona umemsaidia, umemwelimisha. I heard someone, this guy mwenye, I don't know, nimeforget jina yake. Niliona kuna kitu alidemonstrate nikaona iko poa. Guys, wakati tunaelekea mbele, ukiona mama yako ama baba yako, these all guys wenye wanakuwa wanapendelewa sana na Ruto ama this politician ama machinery ya government, hiyo siku ikifika, ukijua anaenda kubotia Ruto ama the bad governance, make sure umemnyang'anya ID yake, hata kama akona right ya kuvote. Do that. Ficha hiyo ID hiyo siku, wewe ndio uende kuvote. young people, because you've seen the future of this country is with millennials, Gen Zs, and the alpha who are coming, and the other people who want good governance to change the leadership. Si mtu mwingine atatufanyia. Ukiona kuna mtu na mzazi wako namwambia kitu asikii, hiyo siku fanya hiyo kitu. Hiyo idea yake mwambie, dadi wacha nione, alafu ficha hiyo nini. Asiende kuvote, but wewe enda kuvote. That's another strategy. Unfortunately, nimereveal there are many strategies that tuko nazo. We can bring bad leadership to us. Thank you, Dawak, for listening to that many remarks from me. Thank you, guys.
Okay, I think hapo penye umesema kunyang'anya msee ID bana. Unajua instead ya kumnyang'anya ID, tell her what to do by the
Joseph, nimesema ushamwambia hataki kusikia. Unajua they are the target by this politician. They are easily lured. Ataletewa leso na ataenda kuvotia the wrong leader because of amepewa leso ama amepewa unga ya ugali, bro. Joseph, you've been seeing them doing that. You just wait wakati wa election, they'll come for you donating things. But sahi huoni mama akipewa hiyo unga, huoni hiyo mama akipewa hiyo leso. Joseph, after that question, you know, sometimes inakuwa so objective. That's why unapata wengine wanashindwa kuchallenge point yangu. I'm just saying in that scenario umejaribu kumwambia Joseph, no, uone huyo asikiki. Kuna wengine tu ile anasema mtu wetu ama na ajui anajiumiza. In that scenario, just take it for the sake of the country. That's what I mean, my brother. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense honestly, but najua pia hata kama ID ni yake, hakuna right, hata kama amekataa kwenda kuvote ama anataka anunuliwe ndo aende kupiga kula. Alafu I think
is it good and is it good according to you, to your mindset? We understand inafikanga mahali inabidi you do unthinkable. Joseph, I agree with what you're saying, it makes sense, but I don't know why you're saying hata kama akona right yake. We know we doing that tukijua akona right yake ya kuvote, but ni mzazi wako unajua mazi anakupoteza na wewe ndio utaumia zaidi. Analetewa 50 bob, analetewa hiyo unga leso, surely Joseph, will you just want you their target, they are easily lured, wewe at least kona akili. Will you just allow that? And remember you came out ukasema I'm going to fight for them. They tried but wakashindwa, and that's why Gen Z waliuliwa. And hata mzazi alikuwa anamkataza utauliwa, lakini akasema no mami, daddy, I'm going to fight for you. Something that you care about them. Because ukipata maisha yako ikiwa poa Joseph, you take care of them. But they are the one making you suffer and them also suffer. So think broadly in this sentiment. Usiona tu maybe na discriminate. This yue ni mzazi wako. She's less informed. Wewe uko informed. Na analetewa unga to the last minute because alikuwa na njaa. Imagine chances are atenda kuwavotia the wrong leader. And you'll also suffer. That's what I mean.
Yeah. I think umefanya nimekumbuka kuna conversation yetu tulikuwa na one of my friend leo. He was just asking me why mbona Matiang'i mnasema ako chini kwa kusimama for presidential. Iliali anasema eti yeye ndo alichukua watoto akaenda karusha kwa mtu alishirikiana time ya Uhuru wakaua watu.
Yeah.
Sasa mimi nikamuuliza hivi, unasema hivyo ni sawa, huenda alifanya ama alifanya, lakini before uanze kusema Matiang'i alifanya hivi, unafaa kuuliza nani alikuwa juu yake. Juu angefanya hivyo kwa hiari yake, lazima kuna command zenye alipewa ndo akafanya hivyo. Whereby unafaa kublame wenye walikuwa juu yake, of which walikuwa ni Uhuru wakishirikiana na Ruto.
Joseph, maybe quick one. Let me just correct you there. Unajua chain tunakuanga na what we call chain of command.
I think wewe ni mtu at least umeenda shule, you should understand that. Unajua ukipata mtu ama wewe ndio that's the response ulikuwa unampea, then maybe you don't love this country. If Uhuru was the CEO of the country, if your boss gives you a wrong order that is going to affect the people you say you will protect, a good leader, Joseph, you need to resign. You say no, come out. Did he resign? No. He executed the bad order. So he became part of the blame. When we are blaming him, si ati tumeweka Uhuru kando. Uhuru najua tutamblame sana because he's not coming back. You get? But still, tukiweka mtu right, anaweza muendea na mfunge for those atrocity, Joseph. But the reason why we are amplifying Matiang'i, because he wants to come and lead us. And you differentiate that, my brother. That's why we need to saidiane sisi to be clear in what you are saying. As much as he was in that. That's why unataka tuanze kublame Uhuru, and Uhuru is not coming back. Kama angekuja tena hapa tungeambia Uhuru unaenda wapi, and you did this during your time. Matiang'i he wants to vie for presidency, which, you know, anything akifanya ita affect wa Kenya wote. That's why you will be blamed. Sasa ukianza kutuambia tuanza kublame Uhuru, sure ina asimami hapo nao tunapotoka. Matiang'i, IG, a polisi wenye waliua they are responsible.
Honestly guys, tukianza kushinda honestly niwaambie na mimi kitu yenye mnastahili mjue, Uhuru Kenyatta ashaondokea siasa, lakini ni yako na kadi ya opposition.
Yes.
Inamu kwa hapa alafu mudhie ingie.
So, sianze kublame mtu mwenye sahihi ajiledi kwa nini.
I wanted to interject.
Na tumaanisha Uhuru alifanya the right thing, Joseph. It was wrong. Matiang'i alifanya it was wrong. Yes.
Benson.
Yes, Joseph.
Sorry. Yeah.
Let me also put a spanner in the work in what Joseph is trying to say. Okay, are you trying to also say, Joseph, that we don't blame the policeman who shot the Gen Z because they were given an order by a senior cop to mwachilie kwa sababu unajua pia alipewa order? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Wait. Are you also saying that we also don't blame Matiang'i for the many, almost 5 court orders he disobeyed? I'm talking about disobeying court orders, overriding them. We also, pia tumsamehe, hapo unataka to blame nani? Do you blame Uhuru now? And we say that it is Uhuru who told Matiang'i not to obey court orders because he disobeyed for about 5 different court orders. So who do you want us to blame for Matiang'i disobeying court orders now? 2, 3.
Thank you.
3, Joseph. Matiang'i was implicated, I think, was it the Ruara Karada? He was implicated in that scandal. Whom do you want us to blame for that scandal too? Do you have a scapegoat for that too, please? It's a question.
Yeah. A question.
That's a very nice question to Joseph.
Okay, that's what I was trying to tell my friend Benson. Kama nimepewa command niue mtu mimi, of course I would be blamed, but also blame mwenye amenipea command akuwe in charge, akuwe answerable.
How can you? That's what I answered. I said if tukipata the right president, he can go for him, he can go for Matiang'i. These guys are mentioning they are criminals. Sasa hapa hivi sahi kama Matiang'i angekuwa ameleta, hatungekuwa tunamuongelelea. That's like Uhuru is not there. Kama sahi angekuwa anataka kusimama, Joseph, tafadhali, unajua msitubebe pia ufala. Kama sahi wacha atoke kwa equation of president, we will deal with them later. Mtaona tukimuongelelea.
Fanya hivi, kuna kitu moja nyie mwelewi, mwenye kushoot na mwenye kutoa command zote mbili hazimake logic. Hapa ile logic sheet nasema ni logic ya ku turn the table. The table should be turned. This is the focus, and the power of the table is the constitution. How many of you know Ni watu wangapi wanajua how the constitution works? From the settlements in the city up to the villages. Nafikiri ni watu wangapi wanajua katiba vile inafanya kazi? So, ukisema clean slate, ni clean slate. It should be clean slate. Kuanzia MCA paka presidency. A pure clean slate. How do you Kenyans be proud of yourself and be encouraging yourself and be proud of yourself in a position whereby come next elections, we are changing everybody from MCA to the president. Even if they have the best plans, even if they have the machinery and the money to do the campaigning, but you, the voter, can change the status quo. Hiyo ndio focus. Tusijichanganye, sijui wa Munyoro, sijui Uhuru, sijui Ruto, sijui Matiang'i. Na kitu moja lazima uelewe, wale watu wanatuongoza wanafanya bidii watu wakae kwa giza usiku na mchana. Sasa kama wewe utaamua kujiliberate mind yako na uweze kuliberate the next person, we are all boiling on the same pot. Hakuna kuokoa mwingine hapa. Hakuna Gen Z, hakuna millennials, hakuna ma-oldies. Bottom line, kistep hapo nje kwenu kunafaa kuwa na lami. The land is clean. People are not hungry. We're not having malnutrition. A very good example, go and visit Tanzania. People are not well educated, but they don't have the problem of malnutrition. But in Kenya, there's plenty of malnutrition. Enda Uganda, watu walali njaa. Hata kama Museveni amekuwa hapa for the last 100 years. Simply because why? People are not well focused even geographically. Our neighbors here are more richer than we are. Environmentally and resourceful wise. Kenya, we are far much better, like the first world. Lakini ukija kijijini tunasuffer what the same consequence. So, kila mtu ako na choice dawak, pick it up.
Kachukue.
My brother. Can I, guys? Good evening, guys. Can I ask Joseph one question? It is yes or no? Joseph, sahi kama Matiang'i angekuwa amesema anavai, tungekuwa tunamuongelea. I just want you to tell me yes or no.
No, answer that question on a different perspective. Nilisema kadi za 2027 ama the script ya 2027 ndo inaandikwa saizi, and we can see it playing out. Ngoja siungoje Benso, ushauliza swali sasa. Ukiuliza si uache tupeane maoni tofauti. So the script ya 2027.
I was asking Joseph.
I know, but the question is,
okay.
The point is 2027 inakuja and we can see the script ndo inaandikwa saizi. Me I get watu wanataka ile ya si lazima ati mtu mwenye atasimama rais hata ajitokeze saizi. Hiyo 2027 you can decide to surprise these people, you see, but we just have to continue fighting for what we believe in, because me, I'm one person. I know as much as mnasema ati Kenya ati iko mahali pazuri, Kenya iko mahali pazuri, like the number of jobless people wameongezeka, like hata ukiangalia tu venye watu wametoa watoto from the private schools,
Like at least you know one person mahali mwenye alikuwa anaendelea vizuri kimaisha na saizi ako mbaya. You know one father who is jobless. You know somebody mwenye siku hizi alikuwa very stable in life na anaendelea vibaya. So as we continue to fight for what we fight for, unajua me always say you cannot say you don't huongeagi politics but at the same time unakaa mahali unaomba pesa. You know, politics is life and life is politics. Ndo hiyo issue yenye tunasema the issue is about good governance. Yeah? But eventually if we can be able to spot these generational leaders, because hao ndo watu wenye wana mess this country, because they thrive on politics. Like the generational leaders ni ule ati kila mtu kwao ni ako kwa hiyo line ya politics. Like if you are out of politics, poverty na kugonga. Hata even these leaders wenye wako kwa leadership saizi wanasahau poverty can strike anyone. These leaders wenye wanachangia ku oppress the common mwananchi, as long as they have not built the policies and the systems that will take care of them, wakizeeka, trust me, watajipata kwa poverty. Poverty doesn't have time to strike. Hiyo pesa wameiba kwani watakula forever? Wata si ati ni mali watakula forever. Wengine wao tutaona tu kwa hizi streets after 2027 wakitumwa nyumbani. So let's focus on that point ya good governance. Na mimi issue ya Morara na venye mimi nilikuwa supporter Morara, mimi naweza sema huyu jamaa ameniangusha sana sana sana. Nilikuwa na hope na huyu jamaa lakini mimi sioni bana. Sioni. Huyo. I drop the mic for the next patient, for the next person.
Joseph,
good evening. Benso, itabidi sasa unyamaze hata umeongea sana. Benso. No, you don't have to. Kila mtu ako na right ya kuongea. You can't be speaking for 2 hours and you still want to continue. Na vitu mnaongea hapa hata ni vitu hazi make sense. Kwanza vitu za kwanza, the work I have noted a lot in this politics, kuna vitu mingi nimenote. The government is bad as long as you are kingpin pale mashinani hayuko in that government. I think tukienda maandamano huko kwa street time ya Gen Z, tulikuwa sisi wote, tulikuwa Wajaruo, wa Kisitu, wa Waruya, wa Kamba, wa Kikuyu, watu wa Mombasa, even Turkanas who are available in Nairobi, tulikuwa tunaenda maandamano. Then immediately after the handshake, hata sasa hiyo unasikia watu wengine wa Nyanza na the rules. Sasa hii hapana, now the government is good, ni 10 bila break, that nonsense. Hata sasa hii I know and I am very sure kama Matiang'i saa hii aongeleshwe na Ruto vizuri, anunuliwe pesa vizuri, atolewe pesa vizuri, aingie kwa serikali na afanywe interior CS kesho, Wakisii wote watasema serikali ni mzuri na Ruto amekuwa mzuri, ameoshwa, amekuwa mweupe kama pamba. All that nonsense. Hapa munaleta vituko hapa na sarakasi, mkijifanya nyinyi wote ni holy Joes and like you are going to heaven tomorrow. My friends, hebu niwaeleze the truth. Na nimenote hii kitu for so long. The president is bad as long as mtu wenu hayuko ndani. That is one point. Kitu ya pili ni corruption, na nimenote na Joseph. Corruption is bad as long as sio mtu wenu ameiba. Corruption is very, hii kwanza ni kitu baya sana kama sio wewe. In fact, if you are not involved, it's corruption. Lakini ukiwa involved, it's connection. Uko connected sana. Nilimpea 2,000 nikaachiliwa. Nilimpea 250 bob akaniachilia. Huyo mtu hata hakuiba. Wapi nini? Wapi prove that huyo mtu amepora Roara Karad? Wapi prove that huyo mtu amepora billions? As long as your person is involved, hiyo sio corruption. Hiyo ni kitu ya maana sana, na huyo mtu ni wenu, your tribe imekuwa rich. It's like aliiba akakuletea kwenu. All those nonsense. Tukiangalia kama tribalism, as long as sio mtu wenu raised to power, hiyo ni tribalism. As long as mnasema Mkikuyu sijui watu wa Mount Kenya hawafai kusimamisha mtu, kama muna stereotype watu wa Mount Kenya, it means one thing, you are tribal. Unaangalia Mount Kenya like one tribe. Lakini kama ni Mkisi wenu ama Mjaruo wenu ama Muluya amepewa hiyo cheo, that is not tribalism. Hiyo ni balance. Imetoka from tribalism to balance. As long as ni mtu wenu ana benefit, hiyo ni regional balance, hiyo ni kitu ya maana sana. In fact, president ni mzuri, ni mweupe kama pamba, anajaribu kubalance Kenya. Tuangalie kama madas, hizi vituko, watu wenye waliuliwa. As long as ni mtu wenu ameua, hiyo ni kuondoa takataka, kuondoa ghasia na kuondoa wezi. Lakini mtu wenu akiuliwa, hiyo ni murder, that is a crime. That is the nonsense we are in. Wewe unaangalia pako. Lakini utaki kuona kwa ule mtu mwingine. Kama say, this is the story. Hii ni vitu biblical. It's even in the Bible. Wakati David aliua Goliath, watu wakina David wali celebrate sana. He is a hero, ameua. Lakini watu wakina Goliath obviously walisema David ni murderer, ameua mtu wetu. That is hizi ni vitu tu sisi tunataka kuangalia side yetu. Hatutaki kuangalia the other side of the coin. Then mkikuja hapa, my friend, unaweza fikiria watu wanaenda heaven kesho. Unaweza fikiria wakiambiwa wa vote kesho, they will not vote in their tribal lines. Na huyu mtu ni yule mtu akisikia kazini yake anasimama, na huyo ama brother yake anasimama, na anajua brother yake ni mwizi wa kupidukia, atamchagua juni wao. Juu yeye benefit because that will be connection, ako connected to him or her. Na yeye hajui ile hasara ameletea Kenya. Haangalii ile hasara atakuwa ameletea the other communities, na haangalii ile hasara atakuwa ameletea the Kenyans in the future of this country. So hizi vitu tunafaa kuanza pale mashinani. Uangalie ule chief wa kwenu, ni anafaa kuwa chief. Huyo MCA wa hapo kwenu, ni anafaa kuwa. Huyo MP ni anafaa kuwa, because I think mnasema Kasongo ni mbaya, sijui Kasongo, na mnasema hivyo juu Kasongo sio Mkikuyu, Kasongo sio Muluya, Kasongo sio Mkisi, Kasongo sio Mjaruo. Mnasema ni mbaya sana. Mko na MPs mmechagua wenu wale wazuri zaidi na wanajua Kasongo sio mbaya. Kwa nini hawajamuimpeach? Kwa nini hawajamuimpeach? So that means mlichagua viatu pale mashinani na nyinyi mnataka president akue horijo. Hii government yenye iko sahi, hata tutoe Kasongo, tuweke Matiang'i kesho. Hata tutoe Kasongo, tuweke Maraga kesho. Maraga ataenda pale na hot head yake ya siku 2, alafu he will be impeached, and that is constitutional. He will be impeached and you do nothing. Mtaenda kwa streets, muuriwe, and Kenya will be bad again. Tutakuwa hatuna government, hatuna future. So hizi vitu mnaongea hapa, si kwanza mrudi kwenu mashinani. Mkuje na results, mkuje mseme, by the way, MP wa kwetu, basari hajatumia vizuri, hajafanya hivi, na make sure umeelezea watu wenu and the old people. Basari, kama saa kwetu, mimi niliona choo imejengwa ya 2 million. 2 million I think ni Maisonette. Hiyo ni Maisonette iko na choo 6. Lakini nyinyi ni makelele tupu na arguments hazi make sense. Ati yo sijui hakuwa, ati yo sijui hakufanya. My friends, hebu niwaeleze. Government haijengangu hivyo. Even a revolution is not choreographed that way. Lazima tukue na goodwill ya kubadilisha. In fact, kitabu tuongea hapa Dawaka, I think ni mimi the last time niliongea kuhusu wale watu waliuliwa kwa Gen Z. Na nikakwambia the only thing tunaweza fanya, maybe hata hawa wase wakiwa kwenye wako sijui ni heaven or hell or wherever they are, wanafikirianga sisi hata tulifika State House kitambo. Because those guys were committed. Now ukiona hawa wase, they were very much committed, lakini we let them down. Hata saa hizi sijasikia mtu akisema tufanye maandamano kesho ndio hizo familia zao wakuwe at least compensated. Nyinyi mumeanza 2027, mumeanza vituko na sarakasi za abunuasi. My friends, hebu niwaeleze, we need a future. Lakini hii future, as long as unachagua mtu wenu, as long as unatetea mtu wenu, as long as your brother akiwa mwizi na juu ako na pesa amefanya wash hii Nairobi and outside the country ameuza dhahabu za ukuzi na uongo, as long as ako na pesa utamtetea achaguliwe ndio wewe ufanywe CDF chairman, ama ndio upewe connection uingishwe jeshi, ama ndio ufanyiwe connection sijui ufanywe nini. All that nonsense. Nyinyi ndio mnatuangusha nyinyi. Nyinyi ndio mnatuangusha. In fact, let us think twice. Let us think twice. Tusikujange hapa kuleta sama sijui shinani kazi vitu hata asieleweki. I think Dawak mimi nitafika hapo. Lakini mtu akiongea upuzi mnamwambia right head on. Wewe wacha upuzi, wacha kutuelezea ujinga. Let us forge way forward. Na lazima hii way forward ikue accurate. Hatufai kusema sijui nini. Hapana. Okay. Hebu niendelee mimi kuwatch game yangu ya Man U, lakini nasikiza.
Haya.
Okay,
I had a question to Joseph na Janijibu. How much I'm being shut down? I need it to be answered.
Which question, sir?
I'd said I asked a very simple question to Joseph. So Gax, I don't know alikuwa amesema anajibu hata kujibu. Joseph amekuwa akituambia ati mbona atu blame so and so na blame Matiang'i. That's why I've asked him if Matiang'i kama angejileta kwa kiwanja ama kama angeitwa na watu akuje asimame for president, tungekuwa tunamuongelea saa hii tukimcriticize. That's the question that I wanted him to answer, yes or no, because ni kama kuna this disconnect in our discussion. It's like we are not objective.
I think we have been very objective. Hiyo swali I think maybe acha kujibu hapa kwa comment section so that we focus on more important issues, because sasa tunasema question yako sio important, because after all you want to discuss about Matiang'i na hata yeye mwenyewe hajasema kama anasimama au la. Hatujui, maybe hata wanaweza form coalition, maybe atakuwa minister, hatujui. So hata huyo jamaa kujibu hapo chini tafadhali. Mtu mwingine wacha tuongelee vitu I think serious, like for example I think Wanjoy here has come up with